Well, welcome back, everybody. We've back in the sheep section of the show. We've upped the size, Erin, and upped the breed, and probably one of the largest breeds of sheep on show in the actual show, Erin.
Yeah, well, I'm very fond of my blue-faced Leicesters. I've got a small flock of them myself at home. And I think I actually hold the record of having a ewe that's had the most lambs. I had 6 lambs from one ewe a few years ago. But going back to the competing...
Hey, that's very nearly half of the class of sheep in this section.
Well,
yeah,
yes, it was a very bizarre moment, I must say, when a ewe gave birth to 6 lambs, and all healthy as well.
Well done, you.
Yeah, but going back to the competing, we now have Mr. Aled Jones from Conwy, and he has a famous flock called criw gyda. He was the UK chairman of Blue Faces, but he's more well known for me for selling rams in the annual Rhythin Blue Face Leicester sale, and that's what he does mostly. He doesn't show, I don't believe, only progeny from competitions organised by the Breed Society, but still a very well-known breeder.
It's an interesting comment actually in this particular section here. Then it states that these particular yearling rams have to be shown out of the wool. So obviously they've been shown, but there's nothing to stipulate at sort of what stage would they have been shown, because some of them have got a fair staple on and some haven't got too much on at all, have they? So
yeah, well,
but it's underneath what he's judging, isn't it? But
yes.
The wool is of a significant value. There's the highest probably quality wool there is available to be bought or sold then on the Blueface Leicester, because it's such a fine staple of wool, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's one up there with like the likes of merino wool, isn't it?
It is,
like
it
with
is
that
indeed,
lovely
yes,
little
it
curl
is.
within the wool.
And but some strong sheep on show here, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's important, not obviously they're iconic for the wool, but it's important to have a ram with good shoulders, a good body, because at the end of the day, a lot of rams are used to cross, to create mules, so it's important. The body of the ram is very important, and also looking at the teeth, and if it's got a correct mouth, that's another something that's important to look for.
Well, as you stated, the mule is now, I'm not too sure am I accurate in my statement, but the mule ewe would be one of the highest numbers of breeding commercial ewes throughout the United Kingdom, and the mule then is a lot of variations of mules, as we alluded to yesterday, in the speckled face and the Cheviot cross, the white face, but there's the English mule, which is crossed with various breeds of English bred sheep. So the Blueface Leicesters would be well up there in terms of commercial rams, wouldn't they? One of the most highly populated commercial rams. So there's a real shop window for these particular rams here, because everybody comes here to look for a Blueface Leicester sheep to put on their Welsh Cheviots or whatever use. So yeah, it's
and that's the reason why we have them at home as well, to be breeding our own rams, to be putting on our Welsh
on your own Welsh shoes, fair dues.
And I think he's putting him into order there, isn't he? Or he's trying to whittle them down.
It actually, then Erin, it sort of fascinates me that different judges start at different ends, and we can only sit here and admire. But he has made his decision then, and the winner is 5602 Sophie Harding.
Yeah, and bred by her, I believe.
Bred by herself, yes. So yeah, I do believe we featured this Harding family in the success of the Blueface Leicester in the past in the show here. That's a big, powerful sheep, isn't he?
Yeah.
For a yearling ram, it's an extremely strong, powerful sheep.
And all the time I've gone into obviously the trimming, and I'm guessing the face as white, but still having that blue coming through.
Oh yes, indeed. This doesn't happen overnight, does it? The work that these shepherds put in. So let's hope we can hear the interview with Mawrth.
It's been a superb class. But you come up on top time after time again. What's the secret?
I think it's a long time since I've had a ram first, so I'm thrilled.
Because you like your females usually with the showing?
Yeah, it is usually the females, but he's by the Ashes tub that I've had so many winners with, and I used him myself last year, I think a lot of them.
What's so special about the breed?
Well, let's hope we'll come back later on and feature this ram in this, maybe in the championship of the Blueface Leicesters.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how he does.
Thank you.
Well, there we are. There's a nice aerial view of the showground, and we're going to move from the sheep ring to the main ring, and we'll rejoin Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So this is our first look at the section Ds this morning for all you D enthusiasts. I know this is what you've been waiting for. So again, we've got the yearling colt class, so class 73. A large entry of 42 here. And entries this year, interestingly, were very, very slightly down overall. Only about 100 down, which is still good in the current climate. Many of the shows, and not only the shows, various other affiliated competitions within the horse world are not as well filled as they used to be pre-COVID, really.
Section D, how is that stipulated in terms of height or whatever of the actual animal?
So the Ds don't have an upper height limit, whereas the Cs are supposed to be, if you like, the section D in miniature. So they're a pony of cob type, so they're only allowed to be 13.2, whereas with these Ds, they can be any height, really. Ideally, for me, as a rider, you'd want them like 15 hands, that type of thing, but many years ago, I judged the riddens here for the first time, and there was a cob. It must have been 16 hands, so... You know, I think it also obviously depends on judge preference as well. So this is Simon Bigley, is our D judge for this year. Obviously well known within the Welsh cob world, not only breeding Ds, but very successful with the Bs as well. Simon of the Llanelwedd stud, and living in Herefordshire, married to Sally, who's actually from my neck of the woods, down in the Vale of Glamorgan. So the winner there is number 842, and this is Aled and Sarah Oliver Thomas, and this colt is Cloddau Twysog Cymru, another homebred, and by Llanelwedd, Prince of Wales, and out of Cloddau Ladies Last. So interest in breeding there, the Llanelwedd Prince of Wales. A very, very well-known D stallion. He's just given his card to his supporters in the stand. Hopefully we will get a pick of the second and third, and the second is actually Matty Attrell's colt, Mathfred Flask Jack, and this by Tarico Cracker, and out of Mathfred Harriet. And the third, Nesta Owen Highmore Black Diamond, again a really, really well-known prefix within the cob world. So we're coming to all of the yearling classes today at the presentation stage. So hopefully we'll come and see a little bit more of the class, but obviously you guys are able to watch this live on the live feed on the internet. So there's the winner there, Cloddau Twysog Cymru, Aled Thomas and Sarah Oliver. Yeah, sorry, we didn't quite get much of a picture there, so I think this could be in English.
Ti di dod a ceffyl ti di brido hunan a ti'n gadael dy carden coch?
Do, wel, yn rhedeg ddwr, ni wastad yn dangos yn y llawr yn unol, a mae just, ie, y garden goch jyst yn neud yn rhywbeth special yn rhaid, yn dwi?
A ti newydd esbonio I fi, mae dyma'r unig un ti di dod â leni?
Ie, hwn yw'r unig un sydd yn y llawr yn unol leni, mae cwpl o ddefed yn yma, ond ie, hwn yw'r unig effyr sydd gyda ni leni, so mae'n briliant, ti'n gallu dod o'r pryd.
Sorry, that's in Welsh.
So
So we'll see them back for the Young Stock Championship a little bit later on.
Yes, we will indeed. Thank you very much, Rachel. We will be returning to the main ring. In the meantime, we're heading back to the cattle ring and we'll join Gerald and Will.
Thank you, Gareth. Back in the dairy section of the Royal Welsh Show, and a different breed on show here, Will.
Yeah, the Ayrshires here on the heifer in milk class now being judged, and just as Erin mentioned, you had a soft spot for the blue-faced Leicesters. I've got a little bit of a soft spot for the Ayrshires, really. Always been renowned for great udder quality and a medium-sized animal, really, that probably produces well above expectations, I always find, in our own herd.
So in your soft spot and your expert opinion, then who's going to win this class then?
Oh well, I wouldn't like to put my money on yet. Let's see what our judge has to say, really, and in terms of what he's looking at, because he's come all the way down from Cumbria. His name is Jake Sioe, and he's actually grew up showing cattle in Somerset, but of course has now moved a little bit further north. Drawn perhaps to the Ayrshire cattle. The Ayrshire, of course, coming from Scotland originally, but he showed at a lot of local and national shows and has won the All Britain Calf Show and as the Ayrshire champion Southwest Dairy Show in 2015, and indeed the Interbreed at the Royal Bath and West in 2018. So he's an experienced stockman, and he is far better positioned than myself to tell you which is the best animal in this class, Gerald.
Yes, well, the judge is always right, isn't he? And he's out there hands-on, so he has a distinct advantage over yourself, yes, indeed. Not the biggest class we've ever seen, but again, those entries down, up, or people withdrawn, as you said, trying to get these actual dairy cows right at the time of the show is very difficult, and probably not the heaviest populated breed that is about, because of the black and white seems to be the dominant numbers in the dairy industry, and but it's nice to see that there is room for the Ayrshires and all the other sort of minority breeds then.
Yeah, there's a real little sweet spot to when you can bring an animal that's in milk to the show. You bring it just after it's calved, it's a little bit too fresh, and maybe it hasn't settled down into its lactation, and of course if it's been calved too long, it won't be showing quite as much milk in the udder, and won't exhibit itself perhaps quite so favourably in front of the judge. So timing is everything, I think, but of course having quality livestock to work with in the beginning, which all of these exhibitors quite evidently do have, is the basis, the starting point, I guess, for bringing your livestock to a show which is as prestigious as the Royal Welsh Show. But 3 excellent heifers in the ring for our judge, Mr. Sawyer, to judge. And you'll be noting the blue colour shirt this time, Gerald. I know
yes, indeed, I did, and I didn't want to put you on the spot again, just in case your knowledge wasn't up to scratch on the particular colours of the breeds, but but it is distinct that each individual breed has their particular colour and a uniform of to adhere to, isn't it?
Yeah, just noted on that heifer that was in shot, and is another great example. Ayrshires renowned for that forerunner attachment over the years. They've changed slightly. They've become perhaps a little bit more dairy-like, dare I say it, in terms of the sharpness of the shoulder, but I've always retained that forerunner attachment, which is enjoyed by many commercial and pedigree breeders.
Well, unfortunately, we won't see the result. We'll just have to wait a little bit and come back and see the result later.
Welcome back to the showground here at Llanelwedd, and a few people wandering around. Nia is still in the Glamorgan Hall, and she's joined by Sian Arwel, who is the president of Merched y Wawr on Anglesey, and they're talking about the Randy Thomas competition that Merched y Wawr do have here in the Royal Welsh. This year, the theme, quite simply, is blue. And the intention, I think, initially was to leave things as open as they could, to give people plenty of scope for their own interpretation, but also that can have a degree of difficulty as well. There are 5 items there altogether: a knitted item, a 3D item, 3 pictures or 3 paintings, a book cover, and blondies or brownies, but no blueies, as Nia mentioned. And of course, Sian Arwel has had to choose the exhibits from Anglesey. Well, she didn't choose them personally. Her problem was, of course, trying to find somebody who didn't know everybody else, as it were. Somebody who wasn't going to show any favouritism when the items were being chosen, which I can believe was quite a headache for her. But what they did, they had several entrants from each doing their own individual items, and then what we do, we have an open evening. Everybody brings their exhibits with them, set them all out, and then we have a cup of tea, we have a bit of a chat, we even have some folk dancing time as well. But I don't want to be the one to make the decisions. We have to find somebody who can put together an exhibit on our behalf from Anglesey. But as it happens, I do quite a lot of networking, and I had done some networking the week before, and I knew of a woman who'd moved to Anglesey from London, who used to be an arts and craft teacher in a secondary school in London, and she got the job. Anyway, the Anglesey entrance had 80 marks out of 100. So I think, therefore, if my maths is right, you get 20 points for each item. And they're just admiring the intricacy of the knitted item that's on display there. It's quite finely crafted. Well, what's Sian's field of expertise? Well, I've done the crocheting and the knitted work in the pink flowers. Now then, what she's referring to there, by the way, Merched y Wawr have been fundraising to raise money for the for Cancer Research Wales, and we may well see later on today their contributions. They have a part of their campaign is creating the pink flowers, which Sian was referring to earlier on. Now then, how's the judging system work? Well, everything is sent, each individual item is sent to the judge, and they are judged by the adjudicator, and then they come back to the Royal Welsh as a collective display, as it were. 89 marks is the total for the South East, so they were second this year. And when you look at the intricacy of the workmanship there, it's certainly something to behold. Is really special. There's so many different elements involved into the craft work there that you have to admire it. Now then, is the arranging of any importance? Is that marked? No, it used to be marked years ago, but not anymore, which is fine. They're just admiring the doll's wardrobe. And a lot of detail also gone into that item. There's Ceredigion's entry. And as you can see, and as Sian is referring to, they've included a little pocket on that book cover to make room for the biros.
Mae'n ddiddorol iawn, dydi?
And they have... now I said earlier on, one of the items was either a blondie or a brownie, but Ceredigion, because the theme is blue, have included some blueberries on top of the brownies. Now then, I think this is the winning entrant, a collective winning entrant, with 89 marks given out of 100. And she once again is referring to the knitted item there. Look, she was comparing, it looks like a spider's web, but admiring again the amount of work that's gone into creating that particular item. Well, next year is a big year for Anglesey. So I'm just saying, yes, my period as the president of Merched y Mawr, who comes to end in September, but she'll still be involved, of course, because next year Anglesey is the feature county.
Yn eich pink. Yn pink, felly dan eich glas. Yn union. Yeah.
Right, back to the sheep shearing shed, and it's heat number 5 in the junior championship shearing.
Yes, another 6 young competitors trying to be successful and climb the ladder in the junior section here. And just for a little bit of note then, I have had a bit of research. There is 63 junior competitors taking part in the Royal Welsh Show year this year. Just for simple maths, then it's 180 something lambs alone for the qualifying session of these particular young competitors. And we have several young ladies and several young men competing. Do you know any of these, Erin?
I don't know anybody yet, but I'm looking out to see if I know a few faces. But
well, I'll give you a clue. I've got a list of the competitors here if you want them. They're all Welsh. David Davis, Mally Jones, Dominique Chetwynd, Mary Greaves, Tom Evans and Hugh Watkins.
Oh, I believe Mally Jones, she was in my same school as me. She is local from a hill farm up by me. And she's been wrapping wool and also now shearing, which is lovely to see.
She does, and she has aspirations of climbing the ladder. As the next move from this one would be up into the, if they're successful, and I'm not too sure on the point system and how many competitions they have to compete in, or how much they have to win to be moved up to the intermediate section. A lot of it is down into their regular work then, and the speed at which they can shear. Obviously they've got to remain in the quality zone as well, but they will move up through the ranks as they progress in the shearing world. And as I say, it's a big step for these youngsters to get up on this stage, and there we see the young man on stand number 4 finishing. And that is the secret, that you press that red button behind, letting the timekeeper know that you have actually finished, and the stopwatch will stop then. So on the marking system, it is points for speed and for obviously quality and finished article. But anyway, let's hope we come back and see the resumption of this in a while.
Thank you, Gerald. Yeah, plenty of activity going on in the sheep shearing shed, and there's plenty going on in the main ring as well. So let's rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back with the Section A's, and now we've jumped to the yearling filly class. Class 9, and we've come back to a presentation again.
Am I correct now? My little bit of horse knowledge is 12.12 hands. 12.2 is
these little section A
limit.
So they're the smallest of the Welsh breeds.
That is measured to the shoulder on these particular animals, isn't it?
Yeah, to the wither, which is sort of the top of the shoulder if you like. So obviously we know these are versatile ponies. You know, we see children on them on the lead rein and riding on their own off the lead. Equally, the bigger, stronger ponies can suit adults. So a very versatile breed. We've obviously got the ridden classes later in the week for the A's, and we've also got the highest qualifiers here for the ridden A's, B's, C's and D's under saddle.
The Section A ponies are mostly then the herds of ponies that are running around on mountains
we'd see the mountains in Wales,
Is there still a significant amount of people keeping these particular?
Yeah, there are still lots of ponies
on
the hill. From my understanding of doing mainly the commentary here with the Welsh A experts, there would be two different types of A's. The mountain type ponies, which we could say are probably not quite as flashy, would be a word you'd use, and showy. And then the showy type that have a lighter, freer movement, and they would be the ponies that would go on that you'd see with children on, and in the ridden classes they're a little bit showier, just a bit more flash, I suppose, is the best way of describing it.
Am I correct in saying then as well that this Section A ponies are right throughout the world, aren't they? Then
very, very sought after. Very sought after. So this little filly actually belongs to Barbara Green, and the pony's called Rupera Charisma, and bred by Barbara herself and by Putwell Pageant, and out of Rupera Chorus Girls. So we will be back a bit later. Probably we'll get some C's and D's. Now, I think this is going to be in English. No, this is in Welsh, sorry.
And he's just saying it's been quite difficult during the last couple of weeks to get everything ready for the show. Horses has been part of my life since I was a very young boy. And this year, I thought, why don't we go for it? I'm so proud of it, and I couldn't ask for more. He's helping a friend of his tomorrow, but personally, I've finished for this year.
Finishing on a high note.
Absolutely.
So we're back. Hello everybody, we were back in the cattle ring, and looks as if we've come to conclusion of the Ayrshire heifer.
We certainly had. We were admiring these three animals a little earlier. Gerald, we were talking about udder quality, but there's a real dairy type to these three heifers as well. They're just at the beginning, I suppose, of their working lives. They've had 2, maybe 2.5, maybe even 3 years living the life of luxury, and now it's time to pay the parents back a little bit and start producing milk. And we can see there our winner, RP and KJ Granville, with Gelli, Garedig, Hale, Judy. Is the winner of this class. Well done to them. And just focusing in nicely on that udder quality that we were talking about earlier.
So the same procedure works right throughout the dairy classes, in terms of we will have a champion Ayrshire from heifer to mature cow to heifer in milk. Same process right throughout?
Right the way through, and we will, of course, by the end of the day have each of our breed champions. That will, of course, go forward to the interbreed tomorrow, I believe, Gerald.
So'n fawr, ond mae'n correct iawn.
And
nice.
There's our judge, Jack Sioe. And he's been heavily involved with the Ayrshire Society, sat on the council for a number of years as the young breeders representative. So I'm sure he's very much impressed.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, the second day of this year's Royal Welsh Show. Now, we've been to the sheep ring a few times already today. We're going to head back there now and we'll rejoin Gerald and Erin.
Thank you, Gareth. Another breed, Erin, for us to look over. Probably not the most popular or used breed in this particular part of the world, but Southdown is the name of the sheep, and perhaps in Southdown, England, is where they're very, very prominent.
Yeah,
I don't too sure, but very nice, attractive.
There's a good class as well, is there?
Yes, indeed.
Number of ram lambs on show as well. And the judge, which is Roland Williams from Ceredigion, and he has a strong interest, it says here, and has served as the president of the Breed Society in 2024 to 2025, so I'm sure he knows what he's looking for, being part of the society.
They're very well grown ram lambs, aren't they, too? Obviously they're not renowned for being the biggest breed in the sheep world, but they're grown, well grown ram lambs, aren't they?
Yes,
and they've been trimmed to perfection,
well,
to be fair.
I was going to say that. I'm sure they take a lot of trimming, especially around the head, because the wool is very prominent. And I think he's just...
To be fair, you must take your hat off to a lot of these shepherds. They can turn these sheep out in some order, can't they? With, like, you could say, not a hair out of place, not a piece, not a staple of wool or anything out of place. And they're good confirmation, to be fair, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
So stated probably not one of the most prominent breeds, and probably suffered at the influx of the continental breeds that have come over into this country and taken over. These probably were at one stage considered a terminal sire for the crossbred ewes, isn't it, and producing fat lambs, and obviously they still do, but it is good confirmation on these lambs, to be fair. Actually, there's one at the end here. He is an exceptional, big, powerful lamb, isn't he?
It'll be interesting to see if he has put them into line yet, if he is going to go for that.
Well, that's quite right, but as I alluded to before, then sometimes these judges, and when we're sitting here just adjudicating them on the television screen, some start on the left, some start on the right, and
it keeps us on our toes, doesn't it?
Keep you on your toes, yes, indeed. No, they're good sheep, very, very good sheep, to be fair, in their own right. And as I say, other judges then have different strategies in pulling them forward and pulling them backwards. As we've seen, this particular gentleman has pulled a 3, perhaps he considers to be the best backwards. Well, not to say he's wrong, but it does, like you say, keep us on our toes and keep us a little bit confused in what's going on. Strong class, and obviously whoever comes out on top of this will be very, very pleased.
Yeah, well, I did it from experience of judging myself. When you have a big class, it is hard, so I always like to whittle a few and bring some forward, just so you can concentrate on the ones that you think are the best, and then
to be fair,
reconsider if needed.
You do have to show respect for every particular animal that's in that ring, isn't it? And I think it's very, very disrespectful if you started turning them out. But there is ways of say, you have to give every animal its due and handle it and whatever. But obviously, you have at your first eye or your first handling of a particular animal, you think, well, gee, this could be the one that's a little bit in front. So, but it's how you actually adjudicate the situation and how you handle them and put them together then. So as I state, we usually see them running around and they'll select probably 4, 5, 6 or whatever out of that particular number of lambs or sheep, whatever, and pull them forward. But this particular judge has got 3 animals which he considers to be, well, I would think that he considers to be probably favourites to come on the top of the line. So he's pulled them backwards, which is quite unusual. But then he probably will end up in the corner there where the lady has stood, and that'll be his, say, settle line. I do not know, but he's tapped them out in... Now we got some fun with the handlers having to catch him, but these are very well trained and halter trained, aren't they? So, but unfortunately, I think we'll have to wait to come back to see whether this gentleman's decision is made.
Right, dwi'n ôl fo'r ffermwyr ifanc am yna drespasu. Allwch chi glir...
Well, Aaron, on his travels around the showground, and he's just stepped onto the stage in the Young Farmers area. He's with Sean from Midway, and they're preparing something quite different here. Yeah, I'm not just saying, both of us, Sean, you and I, used to compete in the days gone by, but different time for us now, because you're here judging competitions rather than competing. Yes, that's the circle of life, as it were. Yeah, but it's just as exciting as it was when we were younger. What's in the case, Sean? I can't show you. Well, okay, come and have a look. I think he's trying to keep it a secret. Right, the competition is, the theme is Golden Oldies, but what they have in the suitcase that we can't see at the moment is a number of items that have been used in the past during the Young Farmers competitions, and I think the task for those taking part is to make use of all the different items in the suitcase to see if they can create some kind of performance. It's like an ad-lib performance, if you like.
Tim Davies yn Jethro a Generation Game. Allwn ni fod falle. Gyd I fod y Jethro newydd. Oh, I remember. What happened was... Fi dal, nid ipyn o comedy hefyd. Tyfa bach mynd in yma'n côn.
And Aaron's just asking Sean if he's still doing the comedy circuit as he did a few years ago, but no, life's taken over. Too busy with work to be able to continue these days, unfortunately, but he's glad that he's been invited to attend the Royal Welsh this year, and is looking forward to the competitions later on.
Diolch, Sean, a pob lwc o'r berniadu. Neis i weld ti. Diolch.
Well, you don't have to be here at the show to enjoy everything. We're all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, X and Instagram, and TikTok as well. Well, if you want the information on how to take part or how to watch our various streaming services, it's all on the website, which is at the bottom of the screen there, s4c.cymru/Sioe. Right, let's head back to the main ring and rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're up now, class 50. So we've jumped back to the section C's. So these are the yearling fillies.
Donis Red Robin and Owen.
Yeah. And there we've got the winner there, Donis Red Robin. A very local pony.
Yeah, Eboles wedi cael ei magu wrth y march Fronath Robin. A Robin, of course.
Yearling filly.
Donis Lucy Lockett.
So this filly was first at Lampeter Stallion Show, and she's a maternal half-sister to Starland's Evil and Starland's Sunstyle, and the filly is by Fronath Robin. So we're now jumping across to Special 10, which is the yearling championship. So we can just see the yearling filly winner in front of us, and it looks like it is going to the yearling filly there, which is Barbara Green's Rupera Charisma, and it looks like it's gone to the second filly. 106, which is Lisa Manton's Dewlice Just the One. So far, our first yearling championship of the day has been a ladies' day. Sorry, the reserve is 109, which is Danash Tickled Pink. So the ladies very much in favour for our first special of the day. The fillies being the stars of the show. So Rupera Charisma has already been out this year and was second at Lampeter. And Danash Tickled Pink.
Yeah, weird. And,
sorry, a very weird fact, which is in my judge's notes, which might give you a giggle. So the reserve champion there, Danash Tickled Pink, owned by Ashley and Dan. Ashley's partner Dan is the manager of a pub in Penmine Pool, and they recently won the National Pub and Bar Award. So there's a little bit of a shout out to their pub, but I'm sure they're enjoying themselves showing here at the Royal Welsh alongside running a busy pub. So this lovely little typey Section A filly here has taken our first special of this year's Royal Welsh from the Welsh breeds, and it's Barbara Green's Upera Charisma, the Section A yearling filly, very aptly named.
Matthew Howells.
So I think we will come back hopefully to some Section Ds a bit later on.
Ch'mo beth, I chi'n ddau berson bwysig ofnadwy, mae dyn ni Barbara fan hyn eich partner sydd wedi magu'r ceffyl, ond I chi yn glwm ar sioe yma o'r wythnosau cyn ac yn ystod wythnos wyt ti wedi bod ar Horse Hill yn stwardio yn helpu bobl I gyrraedd. Barbara, I've never seen anybody run quite so elegantly from the Section C ring where you were stewarding when you saw that your homebred had won. But you've just explained to me, why is this award so special?
The special is the Robert Owens stud trophy, and my very first foundation mare was bought as a 4-week-old foal from Bob Owens, and Bob Owens and my dad were very, very good friends. So her, well, it goes she's a 5th generation, so it's really special to me to win this, and I've always dreamed of winning the yearling filly class here, and I've done it now, so I'm delighted.
And not just the yearling filly class, you went on to be best yearling then as well.
Absolutely, and a half sister, won the full championship here 3 years ago. So, you know, 2 firsts and 2 specials in 3 years is something I just can't. I can't go words.
Well, I'm not sure how you're going to be able to go back to stewing, but I know I have to let you go. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi a phob lwc am weddill yr wythnos. Diolch. Diolch.
Croeso nôl I chi at Gylch y Defed.
Well, thank you. Back in the, hopefully the conclusion of the South Down Ram Lamb class, which we featured earlier on, and our judges got him back in the line, Erin.
Yeah, and I believe the first prize is being put out, and the first prize went to Davy Styles, and he was actually the breeder of the lamb as well.
Number 5, 440. Just an interesting stat that is in the South Down Sheep Society, and we can see it in front of us here, is self-explanatory, that every sheep has to be led.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, in terms of, we watch a lot of classes, and different societies have different rules, but actually every sheep in this South Down Society actually has to be on the end of a halter.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Well, neither did I until I was reading a little bit of history about the breed then, and yes. And they appear then, and some of the breeds that we actually feature and see then, some of the hill breeds are quite sharp and wild. These actually appear to be very docile, and you would have thought that you could have actually hold on to these quite easily, but that's the rules and that's the regulations which is in.
Well, I did see a few wild Beulahs yesterday, so I'm sure their handlers would like to put a halter on them as well, but there we are.
O'ch chi wedi cael tipyn o lwyddiant yn y gorffennol gyda'r bryd?
Ie, ges I champion o bryd blwyddyn diwetha, so ie, nice surprise blwyddyn diwetha.
Cam yn nes eleni eto? Mae'n dechrau.
Mae'n gynnar to.
Wedi bod wrth ers gynnar bore yma, mae'n siŵr, wyt ti?
Do, 5 o gloch ys
Well, we should feature this
tipyn o waith I gael nhw
Ram Lamb in the championship of the South Downs later on. Let's hope so we do.
Ond mae werth pob cam o'r daith. Llongyfarchiadau I ti. Da iawn.
Welcome back to the showground, and it's straight over to the cattle ring, and here's Gerald with Will.
Thank you, Gareth. We move on a little again, and another different breed to comment on, Will.
Yeah, and one I'm sure many of our viewers will recognise, the Jersey breed. And here we see the heifer in milk class being judged in the background. And of course, the Jersey, known for its high constituents, very high levels of butterfat and protein in the milk. In fact, we're on to the best heifer class. I'm a class behind Gerald. So these will be the winners of all of the heifer classes, all the way through from the maiden heifers through to those that have calved and are now in full production. And, an exceptional exhibit from Manning and Murray. Windy Ridge Tequila.
So we actually have got 6 animals in ring. Is the first and second from every class come forward into this then, or?
I would imagine it's just the first. Maybe when we pan out, we'll get a better view of it. Oh, it does look as if there's two heifers of milk there. So you may be correct, Gerald, to be quite honest. I know our judge, Matthew Pye, another judge who's travelled south to Bilthwells, this time from Lancashire, from the Bayview Jerseys. It's his first visit to the Royal Welsh Show. I hope he's having a great day. He's heard a lot about it, and he's looking for a jersey with plenty of dairy strength and width, with a well-attached udder and good feet and legs. So looking for a balanced animal, in other words.
And an interesting stat then, in the dairy world, we see these particular animals side view, one behind one another on an angle across the ring, which is something we don't see in the beef world, do we?
Well, I guess there may be slightly more to look at on a dairy animal.
I doubt it.
Yeah. So we're looking for the sharpness of the shoulder, but of course the working part of a dairy animal is the udder, which is at the rear end, and I guess it's just a little easier to see the whole animal, and it makes for a good competition, and a good it shows them off to the very best of their ability, I guess, and it's something that's come in over the last maybe 10 years or so, and dare I say, it's a way of seeing cows showed over the years in America, and I quite like the way they do it.
Yes, we've seen it now in several years in the dairy industry, like lining them up, and we'll see as championships progress right throughout the dairy section. We will see it, but it is interesting that to line one animal up behind one another, isn't it? It's something that. Obviously, as we've alluded to in the sheep classes and that, and different judges vary in their different ways of selecting their winners, and some from left to right and some from right to left. But we do see this as sort of a consistent job within the dairy industry, that they actually do line them up in this particular, say, angle then, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nowhere to hide really. If there is a fault on your animal, you can't just slip into the middle of the pack and try and hide it from the judge. Every animal is totally exposed to the judge's eye.
Well, I suppose the difference between the beef breeds and say the dairy section, then, well, beef breeds then are assessed on their width as well, isn't it? Obviously, of depth and width of their bodies. So whereas it's, like you say, it's the udder and the way that they carry their particular udder is paramount in the dairy industry. So looking from side on, well, we can obviously see that, can't we?
I was once told when judging dairy cattle, you look for the cheese wedge from every angle. So you're looking for a slight shoulder that moves towards the back of the animal. If you look at the top of the shoulder, it moves out in the same direction. It's all about the triangles in the dairy ring, where it's all about the circles, I think, in the beef ring, isn't it?
Well, another thing that is alluded to then is the depth of their rib cage and whatever. Well, that's obviously like their engine, isn't it? So we just have to listen to our judge giving his opinions at the moment.
Mae'r beirniad yn anerchydor, felly dewch ni glywed beth sydd ag iddo.
Right from her chest, right through her body, right through to that back end of her, and showing great potential underneath. And it's just how she had that top for me that gave her the advantage over this heifer here in second. Main calf heifers, again, I'm looking for the strength, and that's what I've got here. It's nice strength through the front end, through the ribs and back end, and it says how she handles those rear legs for me that gave her the advantage over my heifer in second. And then I'll lead on to my milking heifers, and as soon as this heifer walks in the ring, you see the width, and then you see the udder when you get round to the back end of her, and just veination all over that udder, and just strength right through that top line as well. And then it's those legs again for me on the rear legs that gave her the advantage as well over my heifer here in second. So I'd just like to you show appreciation wants to tap out my champion and reserve junior. Thank you.
So there we go. His judge has given his opinion to the crowd and to the handlers. Now he has to back up his decision and wander around and keep us in suspense. And where is he going to go?
The moment of trepidation. And, again, it looks like he's going towards the in-milk heifer.
And his reserve as well.
It's,
Windy Ridge, Tequila, Fanula.
Well,
you're right again that they must spend a lot of time trying to think up these names or these. And am I correct in terms of their family names then? Will they keep a certain part of that name on into the next, the offspring of this particular animal?
Well, I think the trend is really that the middle name is the bull's name, the sire's name, and the family name continues with the female.
Mana Bink. Mana Bink.
Well, we join Nia again in the Glamorgan Hall, and everything is positively pink. We have the director of Merched y Wawr, Tegwyn Morris, and the national president, Bethan Picton Davis. And, well, the reason... Well, we did actually mention earlier on when Nia was interviewing Sian Arwell, she mentioned the pink flowers. Well, Merched y Wawr have a campaign. It's a fundraising campaign for Cancer Research Wales, because unfortunately 1 out of 2 suffer from cancer, and we are raising money with so many different activities going on. Nia's just complimenting Tegwen, compliment her pink sunglasses, and she's just saying that people come here and they share their experiences. We've had people walking in places like Llanelwedd with their pink wigs on. We're raising awareness, but most importantly, it's that kind of friendship. We started this campaign last September, and we've raised about £55,000 already. And there's all kinds of different activities, but the one thing that's brought people together are the flowers. We made about 3,000 pink flowers that have been crocheted, and we're selling them for £1 or £2, and people are wearing them as brooches. But I'm referring also to the 2 frogs that have been created. You can see them in the background there, and Bethan will be wearing one of those along with Mari Grieg, who's a well-known Welsh language presenter on S4C, and they'll be wearing them for the first time in public on Wednesday. There's 1,000 pink flowers on each frock. They're quite heavy, and I'm hoping they're not going to be, it's not going to be too warm. But yeah, a lot of effort has gone into this campaign. Now, it's a mother and daughter who live in Aberystwyth, Rhian Jones and her daughter Mair, who've put them all, made these frocks and have put them all together, made the flowers individually and then put them all together. So myself and Mari have been having fittings on several occasions, but tomorrow and Wednesday, yeah, we will be together wearing them for the first time. It'll be a special day because, Mari herself has has been suffering, has been having treatment for cancer, as has been well documented over the past year or so. And what's also been interesting, according to Tegwen, that people have donated the wool so that we can create these flowers for our campaign. So we're very, very grateful to several businesses who've been involved. People have come together to create different quilts. And he just wants to refer to one quilt in particular that you can see there. A member from North Wales has created that quilt. She's been sponsored to make that quilt. There's about £1,300 been raised already by people who have sponsored her to make that particular quilt, and we're obviously very grateful to the people who've contributed towards that sponsorship, as it were. And that quilt we're looking at now will be the first prize in a raffle that we've got running during the course of this week. And once again, it's one of our members in the southeast who's created that quilt. And once you can see, the bunting is all pink, created by a lady from our Carno branch in Mid Wales. One is plain in all three, because next year Merched Wawr is celebrating 60 years since we established the movement, as it were. So we will see that bunting once again. Yes, good health and good luck in the frogs tomorrow.
Well, we visit the shearing shed again, and I believe we're into heat number 7 of the juniors, and we have featured quite a few youngsters so far, Erin, and these 6 young people on the stand here are hoping today will be their day, perhaps.
Well, yeah, it's really good to see so many youngsters. And it's a tough job, the shearing job, isn't it? So it's good to see that the next generation is coming through.
Well, there's one thing for sure, there'll always be sheep in this country that needs to be shorn, won't there?
Exactly,
so,
exactly.
It's nice to see that youngsters are still taking up the profession, because, take it from myself, from experience, it isn't the easiest profession in the world, but it's very rewarding, and as we will see maybe tomorrow then, as we step up into the Champion of Wales and the Open Shearers, then there is a shearing right throughout the world, and if you're quite good at it then, and you win, and you do get rewarded by trips and that to other countries to shear sheep all over the world.
There's a real buzz in the sheep shed as well, isn't it? You know, shearing in front of a crowd like that.
Yes, and I think then, and like I alluded to before, I've been lucky enough to have shown and see perhaps the biggest stage in New Zealand itself, but this would be second biggest by a country mile, and yes, and everybody I think within the New Zealanders that we will see in the Open Shears and that, they'd all like to win the Royal Welsh, and as we've got some exceptional good shearers in Wales here now that have come through the 4 and through these ranks and got up to where they are today, so maybe we will have witnessed a future star already. Who knows, like, isn't it? But they've got to get through it, so, and hopefully that they will come forward, and maybe we will have witnessed a star in the future, yeah.
Well, one star of the present, Gerald, is Gethin Lewis, who won the Dr Emrys Evans Award yesterday here at the Royal Welsh, and he touched on the same subject as you mentioned earlier on. You know, Nia asked him in the interview, what has shearing given him? And he was saying it's more than just all the awards. It's the fact that it has given him the opportunity to travel abroad. But it's the community within that, the friendships he's made along the way as well.
Oh, definitely so. And you know, it's a competition up on there, and it's like any other competition. If you're going on up under that stage and you're not trying to win, well, you're doing yourself an injustice. And like I said, the rewards are quite lucrative within this. But you don't learn to shear in 2 minutes. You can believe me. I mean, this takes years and years of practice, and to get it right. And up on the biggest stage, well, it's perhaps the second biggest stage in the world here, and pressure, and it's how these people and shearers handle that pressure, isn't it? And to do it correctly. You know, wool, unfortunately, isn't the most valuable commodity than on these sheep, but thankfully this particular year, then they have increased the value of the product a bit, then, and maybe goes a little bit towards paying the shearer, but we've got to get the wool off them to survive in the conditions in where we are in Wales here. So, as I say, 6 young hopefuls, and we've seen 1 or 2 of them have already finished. So anyway, let's hope we come back and see the conclusion of it later on.
Thank you very much, Gerald. Yes, we will be back in the sheep shearing shed, no doubt, later on. In the meantime, it's over to the main ring, and we'll join Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we had a very quick drone view there of the main ring, so in the 3 sections. First time we've seen the Welsh breeds this week, apart from the ridden C's and D's yesterday, so we've got the young stock today. So we're now back up to the top end of the main ring, and we're in the filly or gelding yearling, section D, class 74. And it looks like we've already got a result. And the winner is Chloe Deakins from Powys with Cwmfinis Gwenan. And this filly bred by Mr. M. Morgan and by Llanelwedd Sylvester, and out of Cwmfinis Rhesian. 887 in second, and that is Andrew Thomas with Caedurwyn Caprice. This filly bred by him by Llanelwedd Fiery Jack. And out of Caedurwyn Sienna. So Judge Simon Bigley would have shown Llanelwedd Fiery Jack and stood him at their stud as well. So obviously he's definitely going for type. And we can't quite get the number, and we haven't actually got that written down yet of the third, but I'll try and get it for you.
Ond wedi magu gan teulu Morgans. Ond
858, I think that could have been.
Oh, pa gadlu fyna.
So there was an entry here in this filly class of 36. So again, strong numbers. So we can just see a shot there of Simon. The Bigleys, for many years associated with many well-known ponies and cobs. And interestingly enough, Catherine Bigley was judging yesterday, the confirmation of the ridden D's, Simon's sister, and obviously Simon's dad, the late Len Bigley, on the horse committee here with the Royal Welsh, very well known. And interestingly as well, the Llanelwedd, the Prince of Wales Cup, awarded for the 100th time this year. So Simon there, also a beef and sheep farmer up in Herefordshire, and he's grown up with showing, and he's actually been a member of the Royal Welsh since 1978 and sits on the Royal Welsh board. So Cwmfinis Gwenan and Chloe Deakins there. She will be back for the Yearling Championship shortly, and we're going to have a nice lap of honour there. And hopefully we'll get back to you a little bit later with the Yearling Championship of the Cobs.
Welcome back to the showground here at Llanelwedd. There's an aerial view of the showground. And in the distance, to the right-hand side there, you can just manage to see the sheep ring. And that's where we're heading now. Here's Erin and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. Blue Texel sheep, Erin, come very strong in recent years. Another of our continental bred sheep that has crossed the water and come into these shores, and it is quite a strong class, and has got very, very popular within the showing ring.
Yeah, there's 30 in this class, I believe, and 36 in the next class, which is the ewe lamb class.
Aye, aye, aye.
So a very popular breed they have become as well. And I believe this is a very popular class, the shearling ewe.
Yes, indeed, and
a lot around the ring looking.
A lot of experts on the outside.
Yes.
Yeah, fair comment. But there's only one person that counts, and that is Mr. Matthew Burley from County Fermanagh. He's come over the water to help and adjudicate on these particular sheep, and very stylish, and a bit of colour variation, but that certainly won't matter because blue Texel they are called, and they're supposed to be blue, and as we see, a few lighter coloured and a few darker, and trimmed to perfection.
Yes. They've got a very striking head, haven't they, with that touch of white in, but and those ears pointing outwards.
That's quite right. Yes, they're a very attractive sheep, to be fair, and
so
the locomotion is quite good on these. I think one time they were a little bit sort of Beltex-y, couldn't walk that well, but I think it's like the Beltex have improved there.
You can see there's a bit more length in them.
A little bit more length in these than actually in the Beltex, yes. And, this is a breed now that has become a lot more popular, and a lot more popular in the commercial world, yes, as well. But for show sheep, and there's a lot of people just, it's like a hobby that they do enjoy showing the sheep, and as I say, very attractive sheep to show in the start. And Mr. Burley here has his hands work cut out, sorry, to.
And they're all catching them now.
Yeah, look out, that's mine, that's yours now.
Dyma eiliad nawr yw pobl yn goffod dal y defed. Mae hwnna'n gallu bod yn gamp weithiau, yn dwi? Ambell I ddafad yn trial bod yn gyfrwys yn
You can see once they've settled in their spot that they're making sure that the four legs are in each corner, making sure that the ewe is standing well, ready to take the eye of the judge.
Mae rhai pobl ddim yn keen down on fe, ond o'r un, mae gadael nhw'n rhydd, chi'n gallu gweld sut ma'n symud stêl.
And like we've alluded to before, Erin, he's had them running round and running free to assess them in the locomotion and whatever, and now he will probably go along the line and handle everyone if he hasn't already, and start his sort of preliminary selection, then, as I might say. But as I stated, a lot of judges vary in the selection process. But I must say, this looks an impressive line of sheep for him to adjudicate and select from, doesn't it? Yes. We watch a lot of classes and we think, well, maybe some of them aren't in contention, but gee whiz, this is a good lineup of sheep here.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where to start, to be honest.
You will, that's fair comment. We've got the luxury of sitting here and adjudicating, but he has the job of work of selecting, and a few local breeders in there. We see Miss Carol Howells there, and I see Bailey Bedu Blues just to the left then a moment ago, so people haven't travelled too far to get to the showground here, as well as probably a lot of sheep have travelled from quite a significant distance. And
Ie, yn union. Mae amser hir yn mynd mewn I baratoi'r rein. Ac ar frig y dosbarth ar hyn o bryd, ni'n gallu gweld Aled, Grocot, Swffrwd, Gwent, a mae'r ddafad mewn.
And as you stated, then there must have been a little bit of an elimination process, because there is actually 30 actual catalogued entry sheep into this particular section, but there is not 30 here at the moment. A third of that, about 10, so whether Mr. Burley has had a little bit of a selection to arrive or whether they weren't there in the start. I'm not too sure, but still he's got 10 or 12 animals in front of him, and he's going to have his work to cut out to select these.
Trio peidio gael gormod o lled ynddo fe, mae'r lled yn dod yn y carcas ei hun.
Nawr fi'n gwybod yw'r pen ddim yn bwysig, mae'n cael ei luchio i'r bin yn syth bin yn y llawdi, ond ar gyfer y cylch arddangos, mae eisiau pen smart os eich.
You've got a good camera shot there of how perfection trimmed to perfection, and he's moved Mr. Grucott one way or the other at the moment, but I don't think we're going to get to the end of this particular class, Erin. With Mr. Burley's got a lot of work.
Yeah.
Although, actually, I'm quite wrong. There's more than 10 or 12 sheep left in this particular class. So, but hopefully we'll come back in a little while and Mr. Burley will have reached his decision. Yes?
Ar ysych dan i, fydden ni'n nôl i weld pwy fydd yn ennill dosbarth y ddafar flwydd texel glas yn hwyrach mlaen.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Gerald. Now then, Aaron is still in the young farmers area, and he's keeping very quiet because there's a competition going on in front of him, and obviously a cooking competition, and we have two judges, mother and daughter, Catherine and Sarah Davis. Do you tend to agree more often than not? Yes, we do. Yeah, we work well as a team. And Catherine, the mother, is a cookery teacher in Haverfordwest, and it's nice to be this side of the table judging rather than teaching. And Sarah is studying, and she just finished the second year. She's up in Scotland on a placement at the moment. She works on an estate at the moment, even though it's an office job at the moment, but we organise food markets, etc., see how the stock gets to the butchers, etc. I've been there a month and I've learned an awful lot already. But today, you're judging this competition. What exactly is going on here now then? Well, it's a cooking competition for the age group under 21. It's a bit like Ready, Steady, Cook to a degree. They've just been given the recipe, so they're following a recipe. They've had the utensils and the everything else for a week or so, but they've only just received the recipe. So we want to set them a bit of a challenge, but also on the other hand, we don't want them leaving here saying, well, I'm not going to do that again.
Yes, mae'r ffowlyn dyn ni ar saws hefyd.
So we've got a creamy chicken in a creamy sauce with some mushrooms. That's the main course, as it were. And we're hoping that they add a bit of asparagus and some mashed potatoes, of course. And it's all about timing. It's to prepare a meal for the celebratory dinner. Of course, the YFC is celebrating 90 years this year, of course, and for pudding, we've asked them to prepare a kind of a tiramisu.
Dwi ddim yn bita siocled, so ni eisiau cadw fe'n bo fi'n gallu blasu fe.
Digon teg. So, dim ond blasu fyddwch chi, da chi'n mynd berniadu'r gwaith, just blasu.
Berniadu'r gwaith.
Ah, right. Aaron was asking, are you just judging the final product, the tasting, or no, we're judging everything, all the different elements involved. So as we're being interviewed by you, we're trying to keep an eye on what's going on the other side of those counters as well. So even though we are judging the process, we will also be tasting the end product.
Wel, dyma ni.
Back to the cattle ring, back to Gerald and Will.
Thank you, Gareth. We moved on again, Will, and we got a different colour animal and a little bit different type of animal and a very, very big animal, actually. This is heifer in the Holstein section.
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, the black and whites. A lot of people come up to the Royal Welsh Show to see the Holsteins being exhibited here. Always a wonderful show. Hugely competitive classes. And walking up through the lines this morning, this year is no exception. Just note our judge here, who's over from Northern Ireland, Andrew Payton. He's been involved in agriculture all of his life through young farmers and the Holstein Young Breeders, which is a great organisation, teaching the next generation the skills of showing, not just leading the animal around the ring, but the preparation of the animal as well. And I would suggest a
lot of preparation in, Will, in terms of the little bit of clipping and
yeah, and
polishing and washing and
plenty of trimming and polishing. Yeah,
yes, indeed. Yeah,
I think it's probably understating the skills that these guys have in terms of preparing the animals for the show ring, isn't it? I mean, every positive attribute that the animal has to be magnified. Yeah, has to be magnified and exploited, and they do a wonderful job of doing that. As I said, our judge Andrew Payton from County Down in Northern Ireland, and he milks 300 Holsteins of his own alongside his parents, and he's the fourth generation at Ard's Holstein, which is the prefix that was started by his late grandfather in 1959. So a real heritage to our Royal Welsh judge this year.
5 animals forward in this particular class, but 5 quality animals. I'm looking for me then. They look exceptional good, and from some of the prominent herds in the United Kingdom then have come forward and to be shown here for the ultimate prize of the win in the Royal Welsh Show.
Yeah, and I guess one of the things which sort of stands out for me, I mean, this is a heifer class, and it's a heifer that was born before the 28th of February 2024 and having calved at no more than 3 years of age. But you know what tremendous milk vessels you have on these young animals. I mean, would not have been that many years ago when you would have expected to see that on a mature cow, and they come into full profit that much faster, I believe, these days, and they're a real credit to their breeders and owners.
Milk machines.
They certainly are. I mean, you cannot.
The tanker following this one round.
Yeah, there'll be enough for a cup of tea for us in a minute. That's that's for certain, Gerald. That's for certain.
Outstanding, to be fair.
And again, we were talking about the wedges earlier on, and you can see that sort of triangular look through this particular cow. Just the way she's standing there. It's a real dairy type. That's what we would call it.
Well, to be fair, we've talked about the beef animals and the say the expensive cuts and the good cuts, the loins, but we are total different end of the scale now than these animals. There's not a very good loin in these cows, but there's a very good top line. But she's not bred for loin; she is bred to produce milk, isn't she? And tremendous quantity that this particular animal will produce.
Oh, you're spot on there. And horses for courses, it's exactly the same, Gerald, isn't it?
Oh, and I'm going to get one over you on this one. Well, look, white shirts for the Holstein, is it? Am I correct?
Always have been. Yes, always have been.
I've always been right, or has it always been a white shirt?
Both, I would suggest. Interesting to come back and see who wins this very strong class of heifers, Gerald.
Yeah, we will be back without a doubt. But in the meantime, we head in for the main ring. And here's Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've gone back up now to the Section C end of the ring. And this is the special for the Cs for the yearlings. So we're looking for the Yearling Championship. So we've got our judge Nicola Jones of the Fronarth stud, Nia Aberystwyth, has been our judge today. So again, a very, very well-known stud within the Welsh cob world. And Nicola has been involved with horses and ponies all of her life. And she was originally from the Blind Gwyn stud that she ran alongside her father, Les Davis. And they mainly concentrated on breeding the Ds and based their bloodlines on Synad, Thornyside and Nebo. The influential stallion Blind Gwyn Brennan won the Prince of Wales Cup in 2004, and his descendants are still found in many of the cob pedigrees that we see before us today. Nicola was a keen show jumper as a teenager, and then purchased a driving pony, and she was second at the 1988 Royal Welsh with Synod Shergar, finishing behind her future husband, who she went on to marry in 1991. So another fun fact there by the researchers. So Nicola's taken a good look here at the Yearling filly winner. Number 582, Jackie Kirk's filly of the Donis stud. This filly hasn't travelled far, as we've seen many times before. The Donis stud practically overlooks the showground, and Donis Red Robin was first at Lampeter this year.
Mrs Jones.
And by the renowned stallion Fronarth Robin, who actually won 3 male titles at the Royal Welsh back in 2007, 2008 and 2009. And it looks like she's given it to the filly. And I can't quite see what she's pulled forward. I believe that the yearling colt, yep, has come forward, and that is 559, and that's the Pontardawi Studs colt, Pontardawi the Pretender, and he has been first in young stock champion at the Northern All Welsh, and he is sired by the multi-medal winner Roswen Geffin, and they've come all the way down from Lancashire. As we know that the Welsh breeds come from all over the UK and abroad to compete here at the Royal Welsh. The ultimate goal for the Welsh breeders is a win here at the Royal Welsh. Months and months, well, years probably of preparation goes on, especially with the bigger studs who pick out their stock very early and prepare them for the show. Obviously, as in any show class, judge dependent on your type that you take. So Donis Red Robin, yet another win for the Donis stud for Jackie and John Kirk. So this filly being the yearling champion, and she will come back later for the young stock C champion.
Richard Pittman, another success.
This will be in English, I do know that.
Of Cardiff. Now, you and your wife have had a very successful year this year already.
Yeah, it's quite unbelievable, really. It's the show that we all aim to come from. You know, it's the biggest accolade we can win, coming and picking a rosette up here, never alone a win. And we both had 2 horses and 2 wins so far, so.
How much work goes into this, Richard? Now, this isn't something that you just grab your horse in from the field, is it? And you and the entire family back home near Cardiff are constantly working, getting perfection, really. How much work goes into it? How many arguments are caused over it?
Yeah, divorced 3 times, I think, now. And no, yeah, we're very fortunate that, yeah, the whole family's involved. So, yeah, it makes life a bit easier. But, you know, you start prepping. You know, some of the things you start prepping before Christmas, some after Christmas. Each horse is a bit different, you know, but yeah, it's a hell of a commitment, but one we enjoy, and yeah.
And one you're clearly very good at.
Well, yeah, luck more than judgment, I think.
I wouldn't say that. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti a phob lwc.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done, Pat.
Ym Anghylch y Defed, nawr te mae'r nerfau yma nawr. Dosbarth y ddafod flwydd.
Fi nerfus drostyn nhw. Mae'r safon yma, mae fe'n erythrol o safon.
Welcome back, everybody, and to the Blue Texel, which we featured a little bit earlier on, Erin, and it looks as if our judges getting close to conclusion of the class. And
well, with a class of that size, there's no wonder that he's taking his time to inspect each sheep and give everybody a chance.
Ac yn gobeithio bod y beirniad yn mynd nawr I feddwl yn yr ail safle ar hyn o bryd, mae Dave Roberts.
Mr. Aled Grewcott there standing at the top of the class, and whether he will stay there, I'm not too sure, but...
Diadys Dragon, Sir Gyrfyrddin.
We'll have to see, he's keeping us in suspense.
Yes, indeed, and...
I
know this is quite ironic to the situation, but it is two darker of the blue Texel sheep that are standing at first and second at this particular moment, but that surely has no bearing on what is underneath that.
No, but
that wool. It is.
They've got quite a long type, and
yes, they are.
They've got a square, lovely backside. So yeah, you know, I think it's just the
they're
body
excessive
that
back ends, to be fair, aren't they?
Well, yes.
Well, recent it's the bencampwriaeth y bryd yma.
Standing well.
The width, aren't they? They are tremendous width, isn't it?
Yes.
He's made his decision, and
I believe first place.
It's V and G Bowring is taking it, and Aled must be just handling the sheep on behalf.
So,
back again, yeah.
Should be in English, I would think.
Just behaving a bit in a minute.
She's made you proud this year.
Definitely. We had a lot of fun with her. She's, I think, quite a bit of her. So. Yeah.
Both types are now popular within Wales.
Cross fingers now for later on. You'll have to get a towel, I think. You're sweating points. As usual, Aled.
Thank you very much.
That the sheep produce.
Well,
thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Erin. And we join Nia in the food hall this time. And she's with Howell, who works for Cywain, and for those of you who aren't familiar with what Cywain do, it is a government-funded project for Welsh food and drink producers, and they help a lot of new companies with their products. And on the Cywain stand today, there are 4 new companies who are visiting the Royal Welsh for the first time.
Tell me about ti'n siarad Cymraeg?
Tipyn bach.
Da iawn. Mae ddrwg yn gofyn yn Saesneg I ti. Ie, be di hanes mycobio?
Mycobio, yeah.
Mycobio.
Myco from mushroom, mycelium, and then bio being biology. So we bring together the mushrooms and the human to, create a healing.
So what are the benefits of mushrooms?
So mushrooms are adaptogens, so they go into your body where they're needed. So unlike pharmaceuticals, which kind of force the body to change, mushrooms encourage healing from the inside out. So they can support with lowering stress, increasing energy, helping with your immune system and your gut, your brain function. So yeah, they're incredible. Wow. They're incredible. We need to put it in the tap water in bowls.
Oh well, mae eisiau fi wario bach o bres o mewn fel. Cer drwy'r rhain o'n sa'r lion's mane.
Yeah. They don't run off that.
So there are different types of mushrooms available.
Be ti angen? Ymlacio? Gofal amdano ti dy hun? Be di gut yn Gymraeg?
Stimog, ie.
Stimog, ie.
Ie, dwi'n meddwl lle ar ôl wrthos yma, unwind a relax.
Dwi angen hwn rond yma, chydig o energy.
Yeah.
Well, Nia's looking for some more energy.
Bublin. Company o...
Now, Bublin is a company based on Anglesey, and they have different types of fermented vegetables. We're in the health market here again. And these are very gut-friendly, as they were.
What's your name then?
Matthew.
Okay, Matthew. So what are the benefits? What have you got here exactly?
So we make organic sauerkraut and kimchi and fermented food that's seasonal. It's all British sourced and it's all organic. And we basically, whatever's in season, we ferment that essentially.
Okay. So then how do you propose we eat
Oh, you can have it any way, really, that you want. So, say, sometimes I'd say you could have it on a burger, you could have it in a salad, you could just have it with cheese. It depends on the flavour, what it goes with. Yeah. Some people just eat it straight out of the packet.
Okay.
Some people love it that much.
And what are the benefits?
Amazing for your gut health. So that has amazing crossover sort of benefits, even up to like your mental health and everything. So yeah, it just makes you feel amazing.
We team a Welsh about
Nia feels better altogether. Now then, cwrsiats.
Dyma cwrsiat, helo. Be di hanes y cwmni yma ta?
Cwmni yma, maen nhw'n gwneud gwahanol sawsia a...
It's a company that make different sauces and cooking pates. And Cwrsiat is a former chef who's moved to Wales recently.
It's a very young company. It's just been 7 months since we started producing our products. Yeah.
So where did the idea come from?
I'm a development chef. I do develop recipes for the major retailers. I'm working in Beacon Foods in Brecon. And then I started my company, started IDEO 2 years ago, wanting to do cupboard ingredients and cooking paste from my journey, the countries I visited. So we have different word flavors from different regions.
Which is a favourite paste?
I probably can't choose because I developed them all.
What's your favourite paste?
Maybe from my hometown, Ezme paste is a Turkish one.
Ezme
paste, which is the Dutch one. So there's sun-dried tomato, roast peppers, pomegranate molasses. It's very nice and rich flavor. It can be used with lamb. It can be used with like a roast veg for grilling in a panini. Very fresh product.
Nice. Okay. So you do all the hard work then?
Yeah, I produce them all. Yeah.
So all I need to do is put this on a bit of whatever.
Absolutely. They are ready paste to be flavoured of dishes.
Sounds good to me. Well, mae ddiddorol yn dydi. A beth sy'n haro fi ydi, mae gen lot o'r cwmnïau yma I gwefannau a ballu'n barod yn does, felly maen nhw wedi cyrraedd rili.
What's interesting, Nia's making the point, is a lot of these new companies already have their own websites. And all we do is to assist them, to help them as far as design's concerned, and promoting them is concerned. And it is great to work with new companies, and it's great sometimes to see the successes that they have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gav. We're back in the cattle ring, and hopefully the conclusion of this Holstein heifer class.
I don't know what you mean by hopefully. I could look at these all day, Gerald, if I'm
no, let's move on.
No,
they're very, very good animals in their own right. It's just that that's why you're here, for your expert knowledge in the Holstein business. So I'm only here to assist you and annoy you, perhaps.
It's an incredibly strong class, Gerald. There's no two ways about it. And our judge here, Andrew Patton, from County Down, really has got his work cut out. But what an animal that is, the blacker of the 5 cows.
So in rankings of the Royal Welsh Show, then, Will, then I know there is dairy shows right throughout the country and other big shows then, as terms of these Holstein producers here then. Obviously the Royal Welsh Show, if you're a Welsh competitor, but how does it rank within the showing world?
Yeah, right up there really. It's definitely in that sort of top 5 or 6 shows that you'd want to bring a champion rosette home from. I guess slightly different to the beef classes and the beef animals. You've got specific dairy shows. You've got the dairy shows in the southwest. You've got the dairy UK. You've got dairy events that these competitors take part in, which are specific to the industry. And that's always a big accolade to come home with. But you know, your Royal Cornwall, your Royal Welsh, your Royal Highland, the Great Yorkshire, all these incredibly prestigious agricultural shows will be keenly contested by these cows, and these cows very often will travel the country to try and pick up a red rosette.
In terms of obviously show is what we have got here, an animal standing here looking at this particular animal, but there's a lot more to it in the dairy industry as well, because a lot of these are based on facts and figures and then what they can actually produce as well, and obviously semen sales on the back of these particular herds of cows then would be well sought after, wouldn't it?
Well, one thing you can be absolutely sure of is that the genetics that have gone into the animals that we're looking at here in the ring here in Llanelwedd will have come from all over the world, and the North American influence on the Holstein breed has been enormous over the last few decades. But it has certainly become a global market now, and some of the European countries also pushing forward. But I guess in terms of the Holstein cow, what we see in the show ring needs to be relevant to the commercial farmer back on the farm as well, and they'll be looking for the traits, get the feet and legs right, get the attachment on the udder right, make sure it's a capacious animal that can eat a lot of food and turn it into milk. So
well, basically then what you're saying is like this animal has to walk from the field to the parlour, eat food and produce milk, so if it can't do that, well, it's no good to anybody, no matter how good its facts and figures are, isn't it?
It isn't going to produce a lot of milk, and it certainly won't produce a lot of milk for very long if it can't. And then obviously they've got to get backing calf as often as they possibly can as well. So there's all sorts of different attributes. But you're right. When you look at a commercial herd, you'll be looking at the facts and figures. But this is a show, and this is what do they look like, and that's what the judge will be focusing on today. He won't be sidetracked by which cow has produced the most milk. It's which one would he like to take home and put in the field in front of the house. That's what he's after today, Gerald. And it looks like he's found his winner. It's Dave and Claire Jones from Monmouthshire, so it's great to see that the heifer Rosette goes back to Wales.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, the second day of Brecknock's show, as it were. We're heading straight for the sheep ring, so it's back to Erin and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth, and back in the championship of the Blue Texel.
He's whittled it down to 4 now, so we're having some progress.
We see the champion female is, it is champion of the show is a ewe lamb, which is 6623. I believe it's young Williams is the actual champion of the Blue Texel with a ewe lamb. Therefore, and the reserve is going to the female as well. So his females have dominated the Blue Texel classes, and they're very pretty, attractive, well-made little ewe lamb there, isn't she?
Of course, yes. She's going to be one for the future, I'm sure.
And as we stated, we witnessed some large classes along the way of the Blue Texel sheep, so to come out on top of, which has been sort of classified as being a very, very good quality sheep on show.
Yep.
And for the to come out on top at the end of it is an exceptional.
Well, of course, you know, the best of the class, and then to come into the championship.
That's quite right, yes.
You know, it's
he is a pretty, very, very pretty, well-made
very
little
feminine
ewe lamb.
head as well, which
She has, isn't she? Yes.
I like.
And as you stated earlier on, years are looking forward to, aren't they?
Yes.
Look at me, isn't it? That's the. Geraint Williams is the champion.
O ti'n disgwyl e? Am yr ail flynedd yn olynol?
O'n i'n disgwyl ar ôl fyny, o'n i wedi. No. Ond edrych da iddi, so...
A chi hefyd oedd ar pencampwraig gwrwaidd?
Ie, brawl o war nhw. Llawn, brawl o war llawn nhw, so... Nice.
We will obviously see this, Erin, in the championship later on, so let's look forward to seeing the beautiful little Blue Texel ewe lamb again.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Erin. And it's back to the main ring. Back to Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back up to the section A's in the middle of the main ring. And these are the 2-year-old colts. So, there was an initial entry of 14. And it looks like we've already got a result for you. And the winner here is the Glencoch stud with Arddangos Welsh Prince, and this one is by Friars Mabon and out of Glencoch Golden Girl.
This is Arddangos Welsh Prince.
And not sure if this pony's been out too much, as we don't actually have any form written down for him, so I would guess he's lightly shown. And the second pony in this colt class is Lottie Stevens with Flyden Marcus. Another one bred by the exhibitor by Flyden Hewell and out of Flyden Esprit de Moor. And that's number 135, and that pony, the bay pony there, just in shot, was first in Young Stock Champion at Gwynedd Welsh Pony and Cob, which was his first show. So looks like the first pony has been lightly shown, and the second pony has, this is his second outing, so 2 fresh faces here in the 2-year-old colt class. And we might get you a shot there of the third. And the third was Brian and Jennifer Thompson and Groom's Penech Gypsy King. And this one by Penech Romeo and out of Venebos Pretty Glamour Girl. So Arddangos Welsh Prince is going to give us a little display of his movement there. These little section C's, I think, are my favourite of all of the Welsh breeds. They have plenty of charisma and charm. So hopefully we'll come back a little bit later on and continue with our Welsh breeds up here in the main ring.
St Clair yn Sir Gyfyrddin, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti wedi ennill yn y sioe frenhinol.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Hannah, diolch.
Nawr, mae yna hosan ar dy law. Why have you got a sock on your hand, Adrian?
It was the show sheep. I was cutting cabbages and stabbed my tendons, so I was having an operation a week ago and just don't tell the doctors I'm here.
They may just see it. Is this the only one you've got up here? I know we've got the sheep to run off to in a second as well.
Sheep at midday. We're showing a yearling filly this morning, 3 tomorrow and 2 on Thursday, so busy week.
I was going to say, just a quiet week at the Royal Welsh then. Well, I had your mum and your wife behind me screaming when you were pulled in. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti.
Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch.
Well, we'll move back to the cattle ring and back to the Frisian, the dairy section, and see a young man there with a microphone in his hand that I know very well, Philip Reid, giving his opinion on what is on, and he's not too far from your part of the world, Will?
No, indeed, and Cheryl Thomas there as well. 2 well-known faces in the cattle breeding world, but it's getting a little bit more exciting here in the Holstein classes.
Exciting as in, we got a few red heifers in here, or what is it red or brown, or what is it called in the Holstein world?
They are indeed, and of course it's the heifer championship that we're looking at the moment. So all of the younger animals that have gone through the Holstein classes are now in the ring, so again all the way through from the maiden heifers, those that are yet to meet the bull, and those that are in calf, and those that have recently calved with their first calf. So
we have first and second from each particular section forward?
We have indeed, and
so in terms of judging in the Holstein, the dairy cattle section, then what we see predominantly in the sheep section or in the cattle section, beef section, then that the second placed animal to each individual winner stays back and then will come forward. But in this particular dairy section, then the actual second place animal is walking around with the first prize winners.
Yep, it certainly is, and you talked about it a little bit earlier. They'll bring them up on that wonderful angle that we were talking about. Allows the judge to tap out his champion in reserve quite easily, and perhaps brings a little bit more trepidation. Now, I guess the thing to understand about the heifer class is, obviously the ones in milk, you can see what they're going to be like. You know they're almost a proven product in the middle of the ring. Those, of course, that haven't had a calf, there's a little bit more guesswork, I guess, in terms of how the udder conformation will look when they eventually do come into the herd. So it's incredibly difficult for the younger animals to beat the older animals in this class, but that's not to say it can't happen. And if the judge is really, really impressed by either the maiden or the future heifers, he can pull them up, and I've seen it before. But your wise money would always be on the milking heifer in these classes. So it'll be interesting to see what our judge, Andrew Payton, will do today, because obviously the quality of the animals when you get to this level is superb right the way through the class, Gerald. He's now starting to give his reasons. Let's have a little listen to see what he has to say.
Just a quick round of applause, please. I think the quality that we have right from our red calf right up to our second place senior heifer today is outstanding. And when we see them all here in the centre of the ring today, it's really quite something to see. And it's such a privilege for me to be stood in the centre of the ring today with the decision to make. We start off with my youngest calves today, just that completeness of the red calf. We moved through with the style of the second place calf to her in the class, a calf that is a real eye-catching calf. We moved on to our maiden heifer class with another really correct heifer with great strength that won today, followed by a real long, stylish red heifer in second. We then had our in-calf heifer, one that's going to make a great cow someday. She has all the boxes ticked to go on and make a really good one. We then had our junior heifer. It's quite fresh today. I think, again, she'll have her day and she'll make a real good cow. And then we moved on to our senior heifer in milk class today. We had this real stylish black heifer, a real modern kind of heifer today, followed by another heifer that I really admired in second place to her today. But I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to tap out this black heifer as my heifer champion today.
Well, there it is, Gerald. It is Dave Jones, Dave and Claire Jones from Church Farm in Monmouthshire. It's Wolver Has It All Fawn that takes the heifer championship at the 2026 Royal Welsh. Well done, Dave and Claire.
So as you're correct then, it's the what's in front of him today. He has judged and seen, say, the working motion, then working animal in front there and producing milk already.
Yep, the proven animal in the class.
Yn cael modd I fyw yma yn y cylch gwartheg.
Cystadlu'r da byw Siwrth Galon.
Well, there's quite a few visitors who've come to the showground here at Llanelwedd, taking advantage of the good weather, and it sounds as if it's going to continue. A few clouds above at the moment. Temperature at the moment is about 21 degrees centigrade. A few more clouds around North Wales and the west coast. Those clouds will move slowly down towards the south. So it's the southeast that's benefiting from the sunshine. Temperatures could get up to 27, possibly 28 degrees Celsius. This evening, cloudy in the north and in the west, and temperatures overnight will range from 8 degrees to 13 degrees centigrade. During the day tomorrow, the clouds will disappear gradually, and again a hot day in the southeast. And the temperature here in Llanelwedd tomorrow around 24 degrees centigrade. So it looks as if tomorrow is going to be a really nice day as well if you're thinking of coming here to the showground. Thursday, likewise, dry, a few clouds, but high temperatures, especially in Mid Wales and the southeast. Now then, Nia's just referring to the fact that the showground, in a way, is in a bit of a bowl, which does affect the temperature here. It creates, as Stefan is explaining, a little bit of a microclimate. The hot air comes over the hills so that it keeps the temperature quite high here on the showground. However, that's what we want. We're going to leave you for the time being, but we'll be back after the news headlines.
Pnawn da I chi. Ar ei ddiwrnod llawn cyntaf fel prif weinidog, mae Andy Burnham wedi cyhoeddi y bydd treth ar werth yn cael ei dynnu oddi ar filiau trydan o fis Hydref ymlaen. Yn ôl y prif weinidog newydd, mi fydd yn arbed tua 45 punt y flwyddyn i gartrefi. Mi fydd yn cadeirio cyfarfod cyntaf o'i gabinet heddiw ar ôl gwneud sawl newid, gyda'r aelod seneddol dros Aberafan Maes Teg Stephen Kinnock yn olynu Joe Stevens fel ysgrifennydd gwladol Cymru. Yn y cyfamser, mae Prif Weinidog Cymru, Nia Roberts, wedi dweud ei fod wedi siarad ag Andy Burnham bore yma. Dywedodd ei fod yn gobeithio meithrin perthynas positif ac adeiladol a chydweithio mwyn mynd i'r afel ar argyfwng costau byw. Mae Cwest wedi agor a'i ohirio i farwolaeth dynes 19 oed fu farw mewn gwyl ar Ynys Môn. Bu farw Lucy Ellen Halpin ar ôl dioddau ataliad ar y galon yng ngwyl Toneg ger Llanfeithlu ar yr 11 o Orffennaf. Dywedodd y crwner bod lle i ame bod achos y farwolaeth yn annaturiol, ond nad oedd hynny wedi gadarnhau. Clywodd Cwest bod gweithiwr wedi darganfod Ann Widdicombe wedi marw yn ei chartref gydag anafiadau amlwg. Yn ôl y crwner, doedd union achos y farwolaeth ddim yn glir eto. Mae'r Cwest yn cael ei ohirio tan ar ôl diwedd yr achos troseddol. Mae disgwyl i Joshua Kerry, dyn 28 oed ymddangos o flaen llys yn adon Westminster heddiw wedi gyhuddo o lofruddiaeth. Mae'r heddlu'n parhau ymchwilio a oedd cysylltiad gwleidyddol neu derfysgol i'r digwyddiad. Mae gan bobl sy'n byw yn y gogledd orllewin tan ddiwedd y dydd i leisio barn ar gynlluniau dadleol y grid cenedlaethol i osod cebl trydan newydd rhwng yr Alban a gogledd Cymru. Yn ôl y cwmni, mi fyddai'r cyswllt yn golygu gallu trydanu tua 2 filiwn o gartrefi. Ond mae rhai pobl leol a ffermwyr yn poeni am yr effaith ar eu cymunedau.
Tasa'r busnes yn cebls ma'n dod droad, maen nhw'n wedi dyllu yn y cae drws nesaf, neu o dan y cae. Mae hynna'n mynd i roi twrw, llwch, sydd yn... Sa'n neb eisiau dod ar ei gwyliau i building site. Dyna ni'n beinus iawn bod ni'n mynd i golli cwsmeriad, a mae busnes wedi cymryd blynyddoedd i godi fyny.
A dyna ni'r diweddara o'r stafell newyddion am y tro. Cofiwch bod yna'r agor am y straeon hyn a llawer iawn mwy ar ap a gwefan newyddion S4C. Mi fyddai nôl efo'r bwletin nesaf am 2 o'r gloch.
A na'n rhedeg ddod, ni wastad yn dangos yn y llawer yn un, ond mae jyst, ie, y garden goch sy'n neud yn fo special yn rhaid, ynddo fe?
Biggest show in the world, you know, this is where we all want to, we strive to win.
Mae tinsels na ni.
Beth bach gwahanol?
Mae'n nadolig trwy flwyddyn yn yr oen Welsh.
Yes, just referring to the fact that every day is Christmas Day here at the Royal Welsh. It's been a fantastic start to the second day of the 2026 Royal Welsh Show. It's a show that's close to our hearts, of course, and later this afternoon hearts will be pumping because the attention turns to the beef cattle with the pairs and team of 5. But before that, of course, there's plenty going on to keep you entertained. The Torddi Badger-faced Welsh mountain breed will feature in the sheep ring. And on another big day for the beef breeds, we'll also be taking a look at the commercial beef cattle. And of course, there'll be plenty of action in the sheep shearing shed. And don't forget the live stream from the main ring, the north, middle and south, will continue until the end of the competing this afternoon. All the information you need for the details is on our website s4c.cymru/Sioe.
Ac un o flaenoriaetha y Gymdeithas Amaethyddol a'r sioe fawr yma ydy helpu pobl I werthfawrogi y bywyd gwledig.
Well, as you can see in the background, plenty of visitors here at the Showground today, and there will be certainly quite a few people around that cattle ring later this afternoon. One of them, of course, will be the on-screen presenter, Ivan Jones-Evans, and it's already been busy there this morning because we've been featuring the dairy cattle most of this morning, and of course, as I mentioned earlier on, we'll be taking a brief look at the commercial beef cattle, and of course everybody will be looking forward not only to the pairs, the Fitzhugh Championship, but the team of 5, which is the highlight, Gerald, for many people in the Royal Welsh Show.
Oh, it certainly is, and I did actually ask this question earlier on, who has got the honour of judging it this year, and we have seen some characters judging that in the past, and anyway, yes, it is. Everybody likes to go, and as we will be watching it later on, we will see the ring will be packed, and it's a sort of a bragging rights between the different breeds to see who can come out on top, because obviously we have all different competitors from their appropriate societies going forward, not an individual class for an individual against an individual. So good competition and looking forward.
Yeah, and it is quite a spectacle for those of you perhaps who are watching and haven't seen the team of 5 before. Stay with us, it'll be worth your while. Aaron Pugh, by the way, he's been with the young farmers for most of the morning, but he's got his eye on the forestry area, and he was there yesterday. He'll be back there this afternoon. Plenty going on, plenty to see, and you'll see it all here on S4C because we will be broadcasting live until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Right, let's kick off the afternoon then, and we're off to the main ring, and we'll rejoin Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back up in the Section D end of the rink. So this is the 2-year-old colt class. Coming up in front of our judge, Simon Bigley.
Rob Jones wedi bod yn gwmni fi hefyd.
It's pretty hot outside today, though the sun has gone in a little bit there. So fortunately for all of the handlers,
Dyw Brenin John ddim yn mynd I gallu goron.
Oedd yna strogen ar yn amser.
Concerned. Not quite so bad. It looks like we've got a result there.
Mae da fe'r ddawn yma I ddangos creadur ar I orau.
But obviously animal welfare at the forefront of any competition, and with the record-breaking temperatures, the Royal Welsh also being very aware of this, and obviously up in the stable area, plentiful water. People are travelling their horses here in the night and early morning to avoid the hot weather, but obviously we're through the heat wave and the amber and red warnings that we had a few weeks ago, but these horses will be looked after and well watered and rehydrated. Obviously for the handlers, they can look after themselves. But we can just see a result there in this 2-year-old colt class. And the winner there, 891, and that's the Bowerman's Gyda Brenin John. And this colt was first at Glanusk and second at the Brecon and Borders show. And the dam here is the Prince of Wales Cup winner. The dam being Saffranod Cymru Coch. Sorry, that's the stallion, and it's out of Gyda Lotti. So we might just cut across and see the second place, which is Mark Swiston, Llanelwedd Buster. And we will get a shot of the third, which is Leanne Armstrong's Passford Megatron. And this one bred by the exhibitor, Maisamo Crespo, and out of Reed the Princess Megan. So obviously this colt is going to come back a little bit later on for the Young Stock Championship. The first and second obviously entitled to come back for the championship, as possibly not so much in the in-hands, but often in a ridden section we will see the first and second come back for championships, and a second can then beat the first in a championship, as it's judged as a separate class. You don't see that happening as often in the in-hands, but obviously the first and second entitled to come back, and they will. So I'm hoping that we will get a display of these 2-year-old colts coming up, and an initial entry of 20 in this class. Entries slightly down on last year, but absolutely, you know, only by about 100. So still good entries in the current climate. And here we see the 2-year-old colt winner, Gyda Brenin John. And I'm hoping that we can see the second and third for you, as we've been coming to the winners today, but I'm sure you're all watching the whole class online. So hopefully we'll be back in the main ring and we'll bring you some C's and
many congratulations.
A's, and I think this is going to be in English for you.
Progeny as well.
Yeah, his mother won the Prince of Wales Cup here. All his family, his father, all of them, they're all massive winners. But we seen him as a foal up in Gala, and we bought him when he was 2 months old. He won Glanusk now this year. Right here.
And he's loving it, isn't he? He's really enjoying himself. You've got a bit more running to do a bit later on, but go and cool off now, and many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Diolch.
Mana Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael. English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the SLC Viewers Hotline.
Well, we're back in the sheep ring in the Badger Face Torddi section erin, and we featured the senior rams earlier in the day, and back with the breed, and there's a lot of work, as we alluded to. This is one of the strongest sections that we have actually witnessed of numbers in the actual show, so we witnessing Mr. Gareth Vince has certainly had his work cut out all morning.
Yeah, I believe there's 43, I think, in this class.
There is indeed, yeah, fair dues. And quality sheep, and as I alluded to earlier in the day, then he has to examine these, every lamb, right throughout, in terms of the identification of the markings are correct. as well as examining the actual physical attributes of the sheep, he has to examine the markings are correct as well.
And I'm looking at the one in front of us now and looks lovely.
Slightly different colours as people use in their tricks or tricks of the trade or whatever, and a little bit of different dye, a little bit of different coloured dip, and obviously then the lambs obviously vary slightly as well in terms of what type of soil they've come off. And that, but they are all consistent. Very, very nice.
One's looking a little bit wild there.
They're little wild Welsh sheep, aren't they, indeed? And we see young Christy Joseph there standing in second position at the moment. I don't know, he's hoping that Mr. Vince will change his mind, and the gentleman at the top at the moment then is hoping that he won't. But we'll have to wait and see. And
there is some movement.
So. There is a little bit of movement, yes, indeed. I believe that is Ryan Joseph that is actually at the top. It'll be brother to Christy then standing in third position, well, on the top end of the line at the moment. So, yeah, Joseph family are out there with two particular sheep, and say they stand a very good chance of coming to the fore.
And such a big class, it's quite...
Oh, it is indeed, when you come out on the top of, if it was 23, it would be a very good success, but to come out on top of 43, it would be outstanding, to be fair then. Beautiful sheep, aren't they?
They are.
Sharp, and look at me.
Yeah.
I believe Christy Joseph there is in third, if that is his selection at the moment.
Mae wedi tynnu'r brwsh allan o'r un pot.
These handlers are getting a little bit tired now. They haven't got the numbers on now to help us out.
Adran yn yr arwerthiannau torddi, felly mae'n gwybod yn union shw mae cynhyrchu stoc o
The sheep are very well handled, as you would expect in these competitors, and they will do quite a bit of showing throughout the season, and local shows and county shows, and that. So yes, these and get a bit of success here in the Royal Welsh show. It'll go to a local show, and you'll go with quite confident, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And the local shows are so important.
But then what we see in our particular part of the world, then in Gwynfedd, Llanelwedd and shows, then very, very often the numerical numbers are quite high in comparison to, because people won't go and for 4 days and transport the sheep and whatever. And we will very, very often see that the quality of the local shows are extremely good.
I'm sure.
Very good. And, as I say, genuine people coming out that are not interested, but just support the local shows and do very, very well,
Interesting question here, Gerald. Well, interesting to me. I don't know about the rest of the viewers, but they're not using halters to lead these animals. So that must make it a lot more difficult in the show ring.
Well, yes, indeed. But these are wild Welsh sheep, probably. But these handlers will have spent a lot of time in terms of getting them to stand correctly, and there is no actual leading process in these particular sections. They let them go, so they're wild when they let them go, and then they catch them and hold them for examination. Whereas, like in the cattle industry, then will they lead them around for locomotion to be able to, the judge to see them walking correctly. There's none of that here. It is examined on his physical attributes and what he sees is what he likes. So his hands-on, he will have checked the ears, the teeth, the coat. As I alluded to, the markings on this particular breed has got to be correct. So that's all that matters realistically, and as long as they behave themselves respectable for the judge to do so, that's all that will matter. But we did see, you're quite right, we did see the Dorset Down stipulation in their class, then that they had to be halted. So I don't know why, and they would be renowned for being a quiet sheep, wouldn't they?
Yes, there'll be some homework to look into that, maybe.
Sorry?
You'll have some homework maybe to look into,
yeah, fair comment,
into that.
Yeah. But Mr. Vince there has got his work cut out, and he's been right up the far end and brought a sheep. Oh, there we are. Will, you've just spooked that young man, look, and upset the cart now, and his sheep has gone wild. If he'd have had a halter, perhaps he'd been in control, wouldn't he?
They call it foresight, they do.
Wel, tra bod nhw'n trial dal y ddafar, fi credu gawn ni hoi bach o gylch y
But like I stated earlier on, then these young men and a lot of these are keen showmen and will be showing their sheep on numerous shows. Well, welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show and a continuation of the cattle classes. And we're now in the Jersey breed. And that's how I know that, Will, is that they're wearing black shirts.
Yeah, you're picking up the team colours.
I'm going well now, you believe me.
You must have been watching the World Cup or something.
Yeah,
Gerard,
fair comment.
Yeah, and we're getting to the business end of the Jersey classes now, and what a sight that is looking down that line. This is the championship class. This is S751 Jersey Championship, and this is where Matthew Pye, our judge, is really going to earn his corn, earn his lunch ticket, as they say. And no better man for the job. His first visit to the Royal Welsh. He's chairman of the Lakes Counties Jersey Club and has bred several bulls for eye studs, with 3 bulls currently in Cogent and the Bayview prefix. So well regarded within the breed. But his job at the moment is to take all of his winners from the previous classes and select his 2026 Jersey champion.
Am I correct in saying then that Will, then the Jersey, as renowned as a beef farmer myself, is for quality milk, isn't it? And that's what they are more renowned in. Few people, as I can remember as a child, used to keep a few Jerseys just to keep the quality of the milk up. Is that correct?
Yeah, the gold top milk, as they would call it, isn't it? It's higher in butterfat, higher in protein, so high constituent milk, and it's coveted, of course, for cream teas, and I'd enjoy a little bit of my cornflakes in the morning as well, just to get you going, give you a bit of extra pep in your day.
There you go,
Gerald. But of course, originating from the island of Jersey, but now globally used as a dairy breed.
So, what would be the significant reason then that the Holstein would be, say, the most? I won't say dominant, I don't think that's quite the word, but the largest population of dairy cattle would be Holsteins. What reason would that be then?
Well, in terms of the volume of milk, and we're talking kilos or litres per cow, the black and white can't really be beaten. When it comes to milk solids, the black and whites obviously produce a tremendous amount because of the amount of litres or kilos they produce of milk. But the interesting thing about the Jersey is they are sort of regarded as the most efficient producers of milk solids. So in terms of the feed you put into the cow compared to the butterfat and the protein that comes out, there will be no more efficient animals. So people who do a lot of grazing, they tend to enjoy using Jersey genetics, maybe even crossing them with the Holsteins to give you an animal that's extremely efficient at converting grass into butterfat and protein, which of course is what we need for cheese and butter and all the other dairy commodities that we're all used to consuming.
So, and financially then, would there be a premium on this particular milk directly from a pedigree Jersey cow over the Holstein, or would it be the same financial reward?
Certainly would be. Most milk contracts will pay more for fat and protein, so farmers will require it. But let's hear what the judge has to say now about his championship lineup.
Royal Welsh for asking me to come down and judge the show. I've never been to the show, and I've heard plenty about it, and yes, what I've heard is absolutely correct. It's a great standard of cattle right through, and I'd just like everyone to show their appreciation to all the exhibitors of how well they've turned these cattle out today for me and you to see today. So I'll hand this back over. I'm going to tap out my champion reserve and honorary mention. Thank you.
Well, dyna ni Matthew Pye o Swyddgar Hirfryn.
So man, a few words and ready to get down to business. And, he will now tap out his champion jersey for 2026 here at Llanelwedd. Walks up the line, creating a little bit of suspense. Almost like a tump-bath dancer as he's going in and out of the jerseys. Back. He's coming back. And there it is, Manning and Murray with White Oaks, Matt.
Can I ask a question from the
certainly.
horsey world? So obviously we know these cattle come from all over the UK, much like the horses. And obviously, is this the Royal Welsh one of the most prestigious shows to win at for the cattle, or would any of the big Royal Highland, Three Counties, Bath and West, or is Royal Welsh the one that everyone wants to win?
It's certainly up there, and I think it's similar to a question Gerald asked earlier.
Carry on, Will. Make your point. No, seriously.
And there'll be industry-specific shows, so Dairy UK and those sort of shows which bring along, and the All Britain Calf Show. So those are sort of nationally renowned shows, and then of course you've got the big royal shows as well. But I think it's how many of them you can win rather than which one of them you can win is important to the breeders.
Thank you, Will. Yep, we'll be back in the cattle ring later on. In the meantime, meantime, as you can see, Aaron has ventured down to the forestry area. He said he was going there earlier on. He's with Iwan Meirion, and in the background you can see the poles, because Aaron had noticed when he was there yesterday, when the axemen were here, that quite a few had travelled over from the continent to take part, and Iwan is just confirming now that some competitors from Australia have travelled over to compete as well, and there are two who are competing on behalf of Belgium on the pole climbing as well. So you know, the Royal Welsh attracts competitors from the four corners of the world, and I do believe that Belgium will be taking on Wales in the pole climbing shortly. Iwan just telling Aaron that he's got a busy week here at the Royal Welsh on quite a few stalls within the forestry area, and he's just making the point that he's also very grateful to all the companies that sponsor this particular part of the showground. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to put on all the competitions that they have in the forestry area.
Na I ddim, ti'n saff efo fi. Oes na gystadleuaeth mae fan Iwan, dyn ni'n mynd i aros chydig.
Aaron's just asking, do we have to wait for the competition to start? Iwan is just challenging Aaron, because Aaron has in the past been to the top of the pole. Of course, we saw him a couple of years ago. He's just making excuses now for not being able to do it again this year. But it looks as if we will have to return here to see the Belgians taking on the Welsh in the pole climbing. But Iwan is just referring to the commentator at the forestry area, just saying how well he is in attracting the crowd to come and watch the activities there.
Am y tro, diolch yn fawr iawn i ti. Wel, I did that. A pob lwch yn y bopeth yn y wythnos. Diolch.
Right, let's head from the forestry area to the main ring, and here's Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So this time we're back in the C end of the main ring, and we're on the 2-year-old colt section. Back with our judge, Nicola Jones of the Ffronarth stud. A little bit more background. After her marriage to Gwyn Jones, Nicola therefore joined forces with the Ffronarth stud. Together then, her and her husband have enjoyed tremendous success, winning the Royal Welsh Seed Championship 5 times as a husband and wife team. Ffronarth have run the championship 7 times in total, and they've also lifted the George Prince of Wales Cup 8 times. So Ffronarth Robin claimed the Royal Welsh Sea Championship on 3 occasions, and earlier in the day, I believe, I think it was the yearling colt, or it could have been the yearling filly by Ffronarth Robin. So we see with the cob breeders often progeny from there. The judges' stallions comes to the forefront. Obviously they prefer a type, and the typiness shows through. So 2-year-old Seas, again, good entries in the Seas. 17 catalogued entries, over half forward, I would say. So Judge Nicola Jones will be looking for a mover. She has stated that they have to have the full package and they have to move. And the Royal Welsh is unlike any other shows. They really have to put on a performance down the grandstand and move on all 4s. And she also hopes that they won't be too fat and that they will be fit and well presented. So
yeah, well, my hat's too wetty for it anyway.
The again, welfare come into the fore. But like we say, it's not horrendously hot here today, quite heavy. But like I say, there will be plenty of water available, and these ponies and handlers will have been prepared and they will have done a lot of in-hand work to prepare them, as it is a long way around the ring, and obviously to show themselves they have to achieve a level of fitness before they actually come to the show to give their best performance. So our winner there, I'm hoping that we're going to get a really nice show of these ponies moving. Sadly, we haven't seen as much of their initial run-ups with them moving, but I'm sure those of you who can are all able to watch online, and therefore you will have seen much more of the class and the initial pull. But from what we're seeing, I don't think there's been too much movement in the initial pull to the final line. So the winner is actually R.G. McNeil with Hilgarth Jeremiah Johnson, and again bred by themselves, and this pony by Gelli Verdat and out of Hilgarth Dancer's Delight. And the second pony, we did just see it in shot, Gio Williams Careless I Am Maximus by Careless Rolex and out of Careless Precious. And I'm afraid we can't quite catch the third pony. But again, these ponies will be coming back for the young stock champion later on, so I think we're going to get a nice display from our 2-year-old C colt.
Hilgarth Jeremiah Johnson.
And obviously, incidentally, we've got the colt classes, and then we've got the filly classes, obviously as well open to geldings, but you won't actually see many geldings in these classes. But in the horse ring later on this afternoon, we do have the in-hand Welsh gelding classes, so they get their opportunity down there, and many of those will also do the ridden classes, so a really good bird's eye view there. And I'm going to hope this interview is in English for you.
I'd like to support it, you know. Royal Welsh means a lot to us, especially coming from North, you know, to come down here and give it a go. That's the main thing.
And why is this such a shop window? Why the Royal Welsh?
This is the biggest show in the world, you know. This is where we all we strive to win or to do well. And we've been in it like 40 odd years now, so it's nice to come down and get a red.
Well, many congratulations from us all. A pob lwc am gweddill y dydd. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're heading straight for the sheep ring. Here's Erin and Gerald again.
Well, Gerald,
Yes.
we're back with the Tordydd.
Yes, and it looks like as if he has. Mr. Gareth Vince has made his mind up, and I think we've seen earlier in the competition, we've seen Christy Joseph and his partner, Carol Howells, in first and second, and it looks as if we're going to see two brothers this time, featuring Christy Joseph then in second place this time, but his brother Ryan has taken the overall champion, so good success for the Joseph brothers there down in Llanelwedd, just down the road here from Builth Wells. Good for their flock and bragging rights, isn't it?
Exactly.
Beautiful sheep, to be fair, aren't they? Very attractive indeed. Eye-catching sheep, isn't it? Even though, like we allude to sometimes, that the black sheep and with the white markings and whatever are attractive, these are very attractive in their own right, and that ginger is ginger and the black is black, and
Yeah, to be fair, I do enjoy watching the young handler competition. They do, a lot of them do show the Tordydd, so
yeah, fair comment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What a record you've got in this breed, and other breeds as well.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of work, but we enjoy it, so yeah, it's brilliant.
This is a big week for you, but you've got an even bigger day in August. Tell us what's happening.
Clock is ticking now, getting married in August, so yeah, exciting times.
There's still time to escape then.
Yeah, definitely. Stick to the sheep for now, I think.
Congratulations to you, and best wishes in August.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. Bye now.
Well, from the sheep ring, we're heading back to the food hall, and another one of the companies that are being promoted by Cywain at the Royal Welsh today is Caws Cillian, or Cillian cheese. And Edyw Dafydd is explaining to Nia that as they produce so much milk on the farm, they were thinking, right, what can we do with the milk that we have? And they came up with the idea of making a halloumi cheese. Now then, sometimes you think of halloumi cheese as being made out of goat's milk, but ours is made from cow's milk. So we've got Holsteins on the farm, and Aaron, my brother, my father, of course, all of us help with the milking, but then it's all processed on the farm in a special unit that we have. And we've been doing this since the start of the year, but we've had an awful lot of help on our journey. There's so much expertise available, but then they've also helped us to be able to produce it at home on the farm. And that must give you a great deal of pleasure. Yes, it does. Because we were, for about 20 years, just milking the cow, and you'd never see the produce. You'd never see the customer.
Oh, well.
Now then, this cheese, if you can see on the back, you can only see 3 ingredients, as if you like. Milk, salt, and rennet, vegetarian rennet. And that's all that's used to make it. Rennet is used, it separates the fat so that you can make the cheese and get it to set properly. So what can you do with the halloumi cheese then? Well, as you can see, we've got a few examples here. They've been deep fat fried. You need to cook it to all intents and purposes. You can fry it. It does keep its shape, which is it doesn't melt. It does keep its shape. It makes some fantastic chips. People use it with meat, with a burger, for example. Or, of course, you can use it as an alternative to meat. You can put it, as you can see here, in a salad, but also within a curry, a risotto, whatever you want, really. Yeah, it has that quality. You feel as if you have, you know, to chew it. Now then, now you mention it, would you like to try some? Who's this over here? Oh, this is Mam.
Gwen.
And this is Gwen. Obviously part of the business, but in the background, yeah. The energy comes from my mother, Elliw. And being in the background, of course, is very, very important. Day, her husband, and we're helping Elliw, the daughter, and Aaron, the son, within the business as well. So how do you sell the produce to people who are coming into the food hall? Well, I'm cooking it in the background here with olive oil and some local honey, and it just draws out the flavour. Right, come on, it's time to have a sample. One each. Yes, it's very nice. And you feel as if, you know, oh, I can just taste that honey in it. Yeah, it does make a bit of a difference. I'll be coming back to buy some more before I leave. And you've already received quite a few awards. The milk won the gold yesterday, and then the cheese has won the silver award. So yeah, we're very pleased about it. From the food hall to the sheep shearing shed, and it's the second heat in the intermediate competition.
Thank you, Gareth. Move up slightly in pace this time, Will. These young men will have obviously gone through the ranks of the juniors, which we witnessed earlier on today, so hopefully then they will have learnt and progressed, and a good many of them will have, as I stated, move up to the ranks of the shearing. So probably some of these have had success at the junior level, and now they progress to the intermediate level.
And I'm guessing, Gerald, at this level they're doing a bit of commercial shearing as well. They may be out with a gang or two for a day or two a week.
Oh yes, every one of these young men will have shown their fair share of sheep throughout the summer period. I'm not too sure on how many of them will have gone further afield then, but I'm sure that, as we've alluded to right throughout the competition, most of them will have aspirations of climbing the ladder right throughout the ranks of the shearing in juniors, intermediates, seniors, and then progress to the open later on. And I'm not too sure on what sort of the requirements are as you go up through the ranks and that, but I believe if they've won the junior, then obviously that will have helped them progress, obviously in numbers which they can shear and which they actually state that they can shear throughout the day's general shearing, then will have helped them progress as get a little bit faster and a little bit better.
You've been really keen to talk to me all morning, Gerald, about the uniforms being worn by the cattle exhibitors. An interesting question here. If you look at the trousers, which are specific for shearers, the belts seem to be worn very low down the trousers. Now, the youth of today like to wear their trousers very low, but here we see them being held up particularly high. Is there a good reason for that?
Well, your back is obviously your hands are the workforce of shearing, in terms of your right hand will work equally as left hand will work equally as hard as your right hand, because they've been in the preparation. But you've got to look after your body, and if your back is exposed to the elements and you get cold or you sweat or whatever, then that would be as crippling as perhaps cutting yourself when you're actually shearing. So yes, the belt is an assistance to hold your trousers up, but also an assistance to your back. And obviously then the sheep that we shear produce a lot of grease, and therefore then the clothing is say grease resistant and will last a bit longer. Anyway, let's hope we come back later and see the further heats in the intermediate.
Welcome back once again to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, day 2 of 4, of course, and we're with you until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Let's head straight to the cattle ring and we'll join Will and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. It's our actual first visit of the commercial beef section, and this is no purebred. Well, yes, there could be purebred animals if you decide to enter them in this, but as we see the colour ratios and the mixed in of breeds, it will create this different colours. So it is commercial beef, and most of the animals that we will hear this particular section will be split in sections, obviously on weight basis, for the judge to assess these animals as a more uniform bunch then.
Yeah, we're in class 658, Gerald, which is the steer over 426 kilos, but you're right, they'll have been split down into at least 2 classes, or 2 subclasses, I guess, for the judge to look at. And if yesterday was when all the superstars came out of the ring, all the individual breeds and the very best of those breeds, this is definitely the working man's class here. This is the nuts and bolts of the beef industry that we're looking at in front of us now.
Yes, indeed, in terms of, we've seen like Charolais, Limousin, Belgian Blues, and all the native breeds and the Herefords, Aberdeens, Welsh Blacks and whatever. They tend to be the makeup of a lot of these cattle, and a lot of these steers here would be out of a crossbred cow, whether it be Blue Cross Lim Cross Charolais, or Blue Cross Charolais, or a Hereford Cross cow, and then select a beef bull that they think is going to make the best commercial animal to obviously put on our plates in its later life. So we've got a shapy, muscular, with a predominantly continental blood running throughout these, and obviously it's confirmation based in terms of E for excellent and U for the next best, and then R down the right. And unfortunately, a lot of our native breeds will not just get there to be able to produce this shape for the show ring, but then we've alluded to this many times throughout the show here, is quality of eating is what is required. And I'm not saying for a moment that these aren't quite as good a quality, but it is the native breeds just of late that seems to have passed that post.
Do you think over time we'll see a change in the way animals are shown? I mean, we look at all of these red animals, and predominantly the bloodlines in there will be Limousin, and if we look at the number of services to Limousin bulls, that's been dropping. The number of Anguses is going up. How do we reflect that in the show ring at the moment?
Well,
can we?
Well, I don't really know. It's like, as we're looking there, like this particular Charolais beast, there's excessive muscular hindquarters and throughout. But to be fair to the commercial breeds, and probably they're looking after their loin, which we've alluded to and being an exceptional, expensive cut as it is as of when it required when it gets to the butcher's shop. But it's the 426 kilos steers here, like, well, they're a lot heavier actually than that, and tipping the scales is always going to be the profit margin. But a lot of slaughterhouses and a lot of businesses now are requiring a little bit more. But anyway, we'll have to come back and see the result of that class later on.
Right, let's leave the cattle ring. We will be back there, of course, later this afternoon, but in the meantime, we're heading for the main ring, and we'll join Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the main ring, but this time we're going back to the section D, class 77, and it's the 2-year-old fillies, or of course geldings are eligible for this class, but we wouldn't really see them here. But as I said earlier, they do have their separate class down in the horse ring later on tonight. So this is the first time we've seen an initial pull-in, and now the judge has sent them back out before making her final decision. So Simon Bigley there, yeah, is now made his choice. So an initial catalogued entry of 14 for the 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, eiddo Byron Preston.
And we have in first place, and I believe it's going to stay there. I don't think Simon is going to come back and change his mind again, and this is 9.20, and this is Byron Preston's Aberlogin Reba. Again, another one bred by the exhibitor and by Gela Luck, and out of Aberlogin Golden Pearl.
Simon
And I believe this filly is from another filly from Yorkshire. We saw a C, I think, winning, that had travelled down from Yorkshire earlier on. So the second, which is just out of picture, is Geraint Davis's Crwgloyd Glesni, and this by Crwgloyd Balboa out of Crwgloyd Ebony. And I'll just give you the third. Gwyneth Griffiths' Devrygwi Georgia. And this one by another one by Gela Luck. So there we got first and third fillies by the same sire. Really nice if we could get a picture of them all stood on, just for you to have a look. So that's done well for the sire ratings. First and third in the Royal Welsh for Gela Luck. So I'm afraid we haven't got any form on this winning filly. So I'm guessing she's been lightly shown and maybe saved for the class. But the second, Crwgloyd Glesni, was actually first at Lampeter and third at the Royal Welsh last year. And the handler of the second, Reese, is actually a primary school teacher. And the third filly, Devrygwi Georgia, has won at Severn Valley last year, and Adam is a full assistant to the Hoys. Olympia, ridden champion, Devrygwi Sir Picasso. So again, we'll see this 2-year-old filly looking very nice and relaxed, going out of the collecting ring there, back for the Young Stock Championship. And I think this could possibly be in English for you.
We have indeed with Byron Preston's filly Aberlogin Reba. Yeah.
And when you're producing from home?
Yeah, producing this filly from home, yeah.
Wel, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti a phob lwc yn y dosbarth nesaf.
Well, we'll be back in the main ring quite soon. Aaron is still in the forestry area with Iwan, Mirion, and I think we're finally going to see the second leg of the pole climbing competition between Belgium and Wales. Ben on the left-hand side representing Wales, and Robin from Belgium in the yellow on the right-hand side. And there's a hint of the Euros here, Belgium against Wales, and we all knew what happened then. Apparently Wales won the first leg, and off they go. And the guy from Belgium, Robin, is flying up the pole. He's miles ahead at the moment, so he's going to get to the top and ring that bell before Ben. He's absolutely flying up the pole. He's got spikes on the front of his boots, which perhaps gives him some kind of advantage. Ben eventually reaching the top. Well, so it's 1-1. Aaron just saying, yep, that was quite quick. And Ewan just saying, well, yeah, it was, but not quite as quick as you were when you went up that pole a couple of years ago. That's an interesting point. Aaron's just asking Ewan, where do these chaps get a chance to practice this sport, if you like? Well, the only place they get to practice it is in the workplace. We did offer the chance for people, novices for example, to come and experience it. We had about 15 coming here to have a go. Some really liked it. Others, of course, decided this isn't for me. Now all these events here stem from what they actually do in the workplace. I mean, climbing for competition is a hobby. Whereas sometimes you get some people who use this technique to climb up the phone poles or the electric poles. You don't need a cherry picker to get up there, but we've got a cherry picker here just in case it's needed.
Iwan, diolch i ti eto. Dim problem. Wel, adi fi am.
Well,
thank you. We're back in the commercial beef section and resumption of the class that we were looking at earlier on. And just to clarify, Ewan, Will, your question in terms of whether we will see the native cattle or that come to the fore. I think that we eventually will. It's just take a very, very brave judge to, as I alluded to, that the confirmation perhaps of the Herefords, Aberdeens, Welsh Blacks or whatever there will be the natives won't be quite as excessive as these particular animals. But if we ever do see a Aberdeen, for example, with a very, very square animal with just not as a curve as we are looking down the line there, it'll take a brave judge to put that one forward. I'm sure it will, but we may see it in the winter fair now. A lot of which is the climax of the commercial beef section. There's been a lot of very, very good animals from the natives there in recent years, so maybe just one day we will see it.
One of the things I've sort of seen in shows in other parts of the world is that they actually follow the animal through the process, and you'll be judging the carcasses or even the eating quality of the animal. Now that makes it very interesting and very relevant, I guess, to the showing we see today.
Yes, indeed. But I mean, obviously there is a how can I say then? The judge here today then is just actually what is in front of him is all he can do, isn't it? And he's got to try and assess what is under that skin in terms of quality and meat. But the marbling has become a feature and a word that has sort of arrived on the scene in the cattle business now. And I believe yourself then you've been involved in this Wagyu business and they are based on marbling, isn't it? And it is a word that has sort of arrived.
We've got ourselves a winner in this class anyway. Never mind about the future. It's all about the present at the moment. Jason and Sarah Wareham from Sussex take it with a bandit. Stolen the red rosette.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we're back in the food hall. And Nia is with Anna Turville, who is employed and works for Cowain currently, but we're not on the Cowain stand. I think Anna is going to show some of the stalls here in the food hall to Nia, and she's chosen the very best, and they all have the same theme, which is spirits. And this is the two B's, the two B's, yes, obviously. And they've been here for this is their third visit to the Royal Welsh Showground. And these spirits have honey in them, and you can see the variety of products that they've got there.
Yeah, lots of meal, lots of honey in your.
So there's honey in the gin.
Honey in all the products in the gin, rum, espresso, and salted caramel.
And what difference does that make?
It takes the harshness out of the alcohol, so it makes it very smooth. Doesn't make it sweet.
Okay. What's the favourite so far in the show?
Salted caramel and honey vodka. Doesn't taste like a vodka at all.
Now that could be quite dangerous.
Oh well, dwi heb di drio hwn.
Can she try it?
So Anna, I think Anna's going to try the honey-based vodka. Oh, I think she likes it. It doesn't taste like vodka at all. It is very nice.
It's maybe too easy to drink. On the
diolch yn fawr iawn. Bach yn gynnar, bach yn gynnar.
It is still a little bit early, perhaps. And yeah, just saying, I remember last year you couldn't drink because you were expecting a baby. It wasn't that, it was the year before. Yeah, it was 2 years ago now. Yes, Idris has arrived. He's enjoying the show. He's been to see all the tractors. He's quite happy. So where are you from originally? I'm from Montgomeryshire. And yeah, I did a lot with the YFC, the Young Farmers, in years gone by. My father was a shearer, so I'd go with him to handle the fleeces, and that's it. And, you know, sheep have been a big part of, always been a big part of our family. Dad, as I said, was, my grandfather's over shearers, and my father's still shearing now. And that's why I went to New Zealand originally, and that's where I met my husband. The surname, it's a Dutch surname, but I met him out in New Zealand. Anyway, we won't go down that road. Now then, to keep with the sheep theme, if you like, we've got 5 flock spirits here. They create spirits with sheep's milk. The only ones in the world, I think.
Excuse me? Yes, with the sheep's milk, yeah.
So we're 5th generation sheep farmers down in Haverfordwest in Pembrokeshire, and we decided to diversify into sheep's milk spirits. So we've got gin, pink gin, rum and vodka, and the sheep's milk just basically makes it a very smooth product, and that's our unique selling point. And just trying to back farming, that's what we're trying to do. We've only got 65 acres, so just trying to make the most out of it. And
excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying yesterday, I was in the new Sheep's Village yesterday, and there was sheep milk ice cream there. Now then, can you tell the difference? No, I can't really. I found the ice cream, the sheep's milk ice cream, quite sweet.
Yeah, and 5th generation as well. So that's why it's 5th flock. Yeah, so Pim Cenhedlaeth, a mae enwau nhw gyd, Cenhedlaeth, I gyd ar gefn enwau.
And the 5 generations have been noted on the bottles as well.
But no, yeah, we've got started. So they were the first people. It was a council farm before the first generation to buy it, and it's just come down all the way there.
So. Well, have a great show. I love the name. It's all looking stondin hyfryd. Mae hwnna'n bwysig hefyd, achos mae pobl yn...
Yeah, Nia just remarking the fact that the stall looked good, and that's an important factor because that might attract somebody to come over and have a look. Yeah, Nia's just noted the donuts, and Anna said, yeah, it's quite lethal working here every day, because which is leading them on to the conversation, asking Anna what does she do with Cywaen. So she's involved with the social media side of Cywaen during the show. So I promote the work that Cywaen does and what the the government-funded company does. And there are quite a few other countries that do not have what we have to offer within Wales. So and the Cywaen section of the food hall is a very important one every year. Now then, coffee dre. What? Ceirwyn is there representing the company. Now this is rum. Sorry, this is coffee. That has it's infused with rum. There we are. Avennau is one of the variety of coffee makes that they have. The rum comes, it's a dark rum from Anglesey Rum Company, and it's combined with the Colombian coffee that we have. So it's infused with the rum before it's roasted. There's a rum taste to it, and it's really nice. We launched it yesterday, and we've sold out of half our stock already. And the Marquis of Anglesey is prominent on and the Carnarvon Castle in the background is prominent on the design.
Wel, ie, dwi'n meddwl byddai'n mynd y paced o hwnna adre fo fi.
Syniad da. Wel, paced o bopeth, dwi'n meddwl, yn y lle yma.
Awn ni ymlaen i gwreidio.
Awn ni ymlaen, dwi'n meddwl. Mae'n lot i weld.
Dwi'n mynd i'r fwyd efo ti. Lot o hwyl. Diolch yn fawr iawn i ti ar y fath. Diolch.
Right, from the food hall, back to the main ring, and it's back to Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've come back to class 12, which is the section A's. This is the 2-year-old filly class. So again, a good class forward. An initial entry of 23, so again, probably over half forward. So I think we've come back to the rosette stage. And I think, the judge, Mrs. Hamer, has made her decision. And it's gone to number 159, which is Kilmary Elegant Edition. And this one owned by Julian and Hayley Williams. And again, bred by themselves, by Hope Prince Llewellyn and out of Kilmary Special Edition. And this filly was the Royal Welsh Winter Fair winner in 2024. So obviously she was winning there as a foal. Obviously, some of these have been lightly shown, maybe saved for the Royal Welsh. Others we've seen winning as foals and then not coming back out again until either 2- or 3-year-olds. Some coming out as yearlings, having not been shown as foals. So all just depends on how they're developing, how they're maturing, and your circumstances and what the stud wants to do, and I suppose numbers really, because some of the bigger studs have so many ponies. It's sort of a matter of choosing at what stage to begin showing them really. So we will try and get the second pony for you, but I do know there is the chestnut pony there, and it's Daniel Ailing and it's Springborn Classy Lady, and this pony bred by AC Brooke and by Wenderis Caramel and out of Springborn Clemency. And you can't quite see in shot now, but the third pony was Friar's Nia Benur, and this pony was sired by the multi-Royal Welsh winning and Olympia champion under saddle Atil James Fox. and she is a daughter of the 2013 Royal Welsh champion and Cuddy, as it was then, in hand finalist Friars, My Sunshine. So your ridden A's are actually on tomorrow, and the ridden A's and B's are a newer class to the Royal Welsh. But obviously some of these ponies you would hope would go on and make ridden ponies, whether that's junior M&Ms, lead rein M&Ms, M&M workers, and as we know, also suitable to be ridden by small adults. And we've got so many opportunities for the Welsh breeds here at the Royal Welsh, not only with us here in the main ring in hand, but we've got everything from the flat classes, we've also got the gelding classes and the M&M workers, and obviously some of these ponies can be platted up. I think this is going to be in English.
Never grows old. It's a fantastic achievement. She's homebred. She won the Winter Fair as a foal, and it's her first time to the Royal Welsh, and she's won again, so we're absolutely over the moon.
And what are the plans now for the future with this filly?
To be fair, she'll probably go out now, I expect, and she'll be one of the mares for the stud now, and hopefully she'll breed on, and perhaps we'll show her as a mare.
Show her as a mare, and hopefully we'll see her progeny?
Hopefully, yeah.
Wel, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i chi, many congratulations.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Well, here we go, back in the sheep ring for another visit, and along the way then, Erin, we haven't seen the speckled face ewes, have we? But we are looking now at the progeny of the speckled face ewe in the mule ewe lambs, which we've seen the blue face Leicesters earlier on, which would have been the sire of this particular breed, and this is the commercial ewe, you would say, and it's a class for ewe lambs here, as we can see, and sorry.
We were saying earlier that that the mules have become very popular.
Very popular indeed, and some beautiful, smart ewe lambs here, aren't they?
Look at the size of them.
I know, they haven't missed many breakfasts, have they?
And very smart heads. And I believe that a lot put the crossing type blue-faced Leicester.
Yes, there is.
To get the blacker markings.
That's quite right. For the crossing type is although they stay under the same umbrella as the blue-faced Leicester, they are a slightly different type because they've got the colour in them, haven't they? A very strong class, as you can see then.
Yes, and how many in this class?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you, but there's a lot. And they're actually judged in pairs. So just a job to get a real matching pair of lambs, isn't it?
You can see, the influence of blue-faced Leicester on the wool. It's that lovely little curl in the wool, and the head is similar as well. But then obviously
it's look at me. It's look at me, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's look at me. Yeah. But I state this is not a purebred animal. This is a crossed animal between a Beulah speckled-faced ewe and a blue-faced Leicester, or a coloured crossing Leicester, which has produced these particular lambs. And this is the commercial flock of the future then. Well, I'm not too sure, as I'm correct in saying, as they're shown in pairs, they're individual lambs with the look of it, and it's just that perhaps some of these competitors are keeping these lambs up against one another to try and keep them calm, perhaps, isn't it?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm just seeing the judge now checking the teeth, because of the Roman heads, sometimes the teeth can become undershot or overshot.
Yes,
That's why
indeed.
the judge was just checking now to see.
Well, these as commercial ewes to graze for predominantly all their life. They will have a little bit of artificial food, perhaps, in when they're pregnant and when they're rearing the lambs. But obviously, they've got to thrive and survive on their teeth, haven't they?
Yeah, so it's important that they have a
the grass is underneath their feet is what they've got to eat. So, but like I say, they are exceptional, good-looking lambs, aren't they? And we see that the sheep industry at this moment then is quite buoyant. That the fat lambs are selling very, very well, and the cull ewes are selling very well. Our ethnic friends are eating a lot of sheep meat, and therefore it has created this demand for the sheep meat industry. And
we can't complain at all at the moment with the price of the lambs.
But then again, as farmers, we need the reward, because everything else that we deal in of all the stuff that we handle throughout our agricultural business, then is
and especially now with the heat wave that's been, the grass is getting more short. So yeah, it will be a tough time maybe coming up.
Never know. But an interesting way that this particular judge is judging these then, in terms of, as I state, they got the pairs together up in the front here, and the individuals behind perhaps, but I'm not too sure as I'm correct, and that is still an individual competition. And
that individual it states, I believe, but maybe as you were saying, they might just be keeping them
together. Anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while and see the result. We're back to the horse ring and join Anwen.
Rob Jones nôl.
Or even Rachel.
Could well be right.
Nicola Jones would be
It is hot.
Sorry, Rach.
You're getting confused. I would say it's your age.
Anwen was giving me grief yesterday, so I got used to talking to her.
So we're back now with the Section C's. And this is the 2-year-old filly o Gelden. Again, as I said, we will see the geldings tonight in the horse ring. And the winner here is 619, and it's David Newsom, and the pony is Copperthorne Glitz and Glamour, bred by S.L. Charman, and again this pony by Donis Dick Turpin and out of Copperthorne Special K. We've seen the Donis pony win already here this morning, and locally bred by the Kirks up in Powys. So the second pony, BG and Hilary Walters, Tredeg Twiscross Ruby, and that one by Synod Apollo and out of Kyle Mine Gwyn Catrin. And the third, Nia Roberts Sangrug Electra, and that pony by Eslin Dictator and out of Sangrug Evita. So the 2-year-old filly is going to join us a bit later on for the Young Stock Champion, and I think this is in English.
Very lucky, very fortunate, yeah. Yeah.
Would you say you were a little bit more prepared maybe this year than last year?
Well, I asked the question, can I take Lowry in with me? But yeah, I felt a bit more comfortable this year.
Well, of course, last year was the first time, I believe, that you were showing up here in the in-hand section, and Lowry Reid of the Tingundon Stud was very helpful to you in the ring.
She certainly was, yeah. I'd only done 5 shows in my life before that show, and when we got pulled up, I didn't know where to face or what to do, so she helped me, yeah.
And a win last year, a win this year. What does the future hold for this filly now?
I don't know, to be honest. You know, obviously, hopefully have another good year with her next year. And then we've got our own stallion now, so maybe we'll start trying to breed some foals and see where it takes us, yeah.
Well, many congratulations from all of us here at Four Block. Good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
From the horse ring and back to the commercial beef class, and another section in the class is 658.03, which is a steer above 426 kilos. So we're getting closer to the heaviest animals probably on show in the commercial beef section here in the Royal Welsh Show. A lot of these cattle then have aspirations then of coming forward to where we will feature the winter fair later on, but some of these particular animals then will be getting close to the end of their career in the showing ring, because they'll be extremely heavy by the time we get to the winter fair. And it's always been, say, in the 600 kilo mark is the beast that usually comes out as champion in the winter fair, with producing that's killing out at 60% and coming to that 400 kilo carcass. So that's what most people aim for, and unfortunately for these animals, they'll be well past 400 kilos carcass by the time we get to November, won't they?
Well, here's the interesting question for you then, Gerald. Has there ever been an example where an animal has managed to win at the Royal Welsh and the Winter Fair?
I can't answer that, Will, I'm sorry, but I've seen quite a few animals that have been in the winter fair, especially in the lower section, lightweight animals that will have been on show here today, but actually been successful in both. I don't believe so, but somebody out there might correct me. But a lot of people then, you know, they strive to win the winter fair, and it's a lot of means a lot more to them to come on the champion Christmas show, which is the end of the road for a lot of these particular animals, and they keep their animals back for that particular competition. Short deer, the animal, and short deer is quite a heavy animal already. Obviously, we haven't got the information on how heavy he is, but he's a good commercial beast that would be quite heavy actually as he stands at this moment. But that's not in the judges' problem, as we might say. He's judging the animals that are in front of him and here today.
And he's of course popped over the water to be with us here today, Mr. Alan Veitch of County Antrim in Northern Ireland.
It's quite interesting that the Northern Ireland then a lot of the cattle out of the winter fair as purchased by Northern Ireland people, and that I understand that there is no actual weight limit on the showing cattle in Northern Ireland or in Ireland, and that a lot of the commercial cattle that are on show over there are extremely big, powerful animals, which have been shown over here already and have gone over there to be further their careers as show animals.
It's very interesting.
But it's here today, it is, and we'll have to come back in a while and have a look to see what our judges decided.
Well, Aaron is on his travels. Erin, who is the chairman of the competitions with the young farmers, which takes up an awful lot of the time because there's so much going on. But these exhibitions are some of the major competitions. What was the theme this year? Your club was the theme. Your club over the last 90 years, of course, because the young farmers, as we know, are celebrating 90 years since, well, young farmers in Wales, that is. And it's a kind of a theme that brings everybody together, which offers itself to various different interpretations. And of course, who knows what could be hiding up in an attic? Scrapbooks from years ago, pictures from years ago. And Berry YFC have a collection of rugby shirts and a tree there that represents the several branches of the club itself. So there's 5 members who compete or represent their club, and they have 5 hours to put these displays together. Obviously, they will have brought a lot of these things with them, but it's a case then of making them or putting them into a display that's both interesting and eye-catching. But an awful lot of work has gone in to putting these exhibitions together, or these exhibits together, rather. Now then, there's the tug of war there at the bottom of the screen, and the tractors there. That's a Llanelwedd club who put that together.
Lovely cael chat.
Diolch yn fawr i ti am y sgwrs. A bob lwc.
Right, let's head back to the sheep ring. Back to Erin and Gerald.
Yeah, well, we're back to the mules, and I think we have a decision.
And he has made a decision, and is a happy young man of ARG BM Jones and Sons. And I'm sure now if these mules are for sale in the autumn sales here, and I believe that most of the mule sales now have moved from the Bilth area. We're on the actual showground where we used to be, where we're actually now. Then there used to be massive sales of hurdles put up, and all the mules from this part of the world were sold. But I think now that most of the mules travel actually just a bit further down the road to Hereford Market now, and are sold in the Society, Welsh Mule Society sales down there then. So
and they can fetch a lot of money as well.
Well, as we alluded to before, the actual sheep industry at this moment is selling very, like fat lambs and cull ewes are selling well. So I can actually see that perhaps in these breed society sales in the autumn, then we could see extremely high prices for these future cull ewes.
And of course, it's a talent to have a group of them as well, because you're not selling them individually.
Oh no, indeed, it could be 25 or 30 or even 30 or 40 as these particular lambs sold in a bunch.
Pretty good, to be fair. There's a hot shot, like there's 16 cracking lambs coming. It takes a fair judge to sort them out, to be fair. Yeah.
And also it means a lot looking ahead to the sales in the autumn.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's good advertising for your lambs and the rest of the lambs at home as well.
Good luck in the autumn. You'll be wanting a lot of money for your mules now.
I don't know. You'll have to come by it.
Ah, come look at it.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and it's straight back to the cattle ring. That's Gerald and Will.
Thank you, Gareth. We're looking at hopefully the result of the steer championship.
Yeah, looks like we're on to the championship now.
And they have been pulled into line. Whether that will be the final line or not, we will have to wait a little while to find out. But standing at the top at this particular moment is, I believe, John and Evan Phillips with a bullock called Brian, which is bred by T.E. Jones. No, maybe I'm sticking my neck on the line here, but I believe T.E. Jones would be Belier in Senny Bridge. And perhaps then he has a very good chance of being a purebred. But I'm not too sure. My information might be not correct, but he's standing at the top of the line at the moment.
Ivan Phillips
I think you're probably right there, Gerald, because what we're actually looking at here is a young bull class.
No, indeed, it's a steer championship. Oh, it is, you're quite right, yes. No, this is not. I will guarantee you that these are not bulls, these are steers. So we have the wrong caption on top of the programme, sorry, and apologise. I think this is a commercial beef section, and I think it is section 3 of the steer championship. And most of the animals on the top end of this particular class at the moment, I would hazard a guess to say that they could be quite close to pure, every single one of them, but it could be a little bit of other.
Dwi'n meddwl na dyma'r hira mae o wedi edrych ar un dau a ni fel ar ôl I gosod nhw.
Ie, dwi'n cytuno.
A mae o yn y dosbarth ola un o'r dydd a dydy o ddim wedi newid dim cynt.
Exceptional good animals over the top there, Will, like as I alluded to before when we were judging the Frisians, they're extremely wide from behind, aren't they? And good carrying his tremendous back end up over onto his loin, as you can see, and looks like a table, doesn't it, realistically? And that is what the butchers would be looking for.
Yeah, certainly are. They're like peas in a pod, really, Gerald, aren't they? And our judge over from Northern Ireland, he's got a real task on his hand to split these.
Now we have the correct caption on top of the screen there, and it can self-explanatory, and it's 658 class 3 of the steer, 426 kilos and over.
That's the confusion over then, Gerald.
Yes, I knew I was right. I knew
we're back in business.
Two tremendous animals, and I stated 3602 at the moment, and in front is from John and Evan Phillips up there in Newcastle Emlyn, and whether they stay there or not, or looks as if the judge is happy with what he's seen, and it is 3602 that has come to the fore of winning this particular section of the steer section.
It's big smiles and big slaps all round.
Yes, indeed.
J and I Phillips with Brian.
Well, Ivan, o ti siw hysu fyna pan holodd eich chi gerdded rownd to chi?
Wel, ennill y dosbarth da yng ngwaith caled.
Ivan was just saying, you must have been sweating when he was asking you to do another circuit of the cattle ring, but he's relieved that the judge has finally made his decision.
Beth yw hanes yr eidon yma?
Prynu hwn yn private.
There's a private purchase of Brian Jones in Senny Bridge. Well done, Gerald.
Wedyn pencampwyr Bistechi yn y Beef Expo ym Melton Mowbray, nôl y mis Mai.
He was successful in Melton Mowbray back in March, or May rather.
Ennill I ddosbarth bob tro.
Wedi cael tymor da.
So far.
You had a good season, yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, mae
obviously, highlight ennill.
And this is
Sporting Gymru, Castilla.
a highlight winning the class in Wales.
So, yeah.
Well, all success to them, and it'll be a real challenge to see if he can maintain it right throughout the season now.
Yeah, arbennig iawn.
Well, once again, from the cattle ring, it's a hop, skip and a jump to the main ring. And here's Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back now with the section A's. So this is the 3-year-old colt class, class 13. And there were 14 entries in this. Can't quite see.
Yeah, felly'r tri cynta wedi cadw I safleoedd.
So our judge Sarah Hamer from Come Here Stud in Llanelwedd joining us today. A little bit of background information. She's always had horses and ponies at home, and her parents started buying them for shepherding on the hill, and they mainly bought at Hay-on-Wye Market. And Sarah and her sisters used to pony club her ponies, and then moved up onto the Welsh breeds as they got older. And the first time she competed at the Royal Welsh was actually in the Pony Club Games. And for those of you coming to the show this week, the Pony Club Games is a very popular display in the main ring. And then Sarah's family started to breed A's, C's and D's, and she said that they eventually got lucky and bred a few nice ones, and then started a show in hand in the local shows around Bilth, and obviously she carried on with the Pony Club, and they did some Pony Club eventing, all on the Welsh ponies and cobs and part breds. So again, we're just showing the versatility there of the ponies, and she was able to get stock judging when she was younger as well, and the young farmers used to come and practice on their farm, and one day they did breed one good enough to show at the Royal Welsh, and she has bred and owned multiple winners since those days at Glanusk, Lampeter and indeed the Royal Welsh in the A's, and more recently in the C's as well. Some of her ponies to win recently at the Royal Welsh in the C's were Come Here the Bandit and Come Here Billy Joe. And Sarah judges the A's, the C's and the D's for the Welsh Pony and Cub Society, and she has been to Australia last year judging, and also the international show at Holland 2 years ago. She has judged the C's at the Royal Welsh before, but it was when she was a stand-in, when the last judge had a last-minute emergency, so she stood in, but this time the invitation came in time last year. So Sarah will be looking for something that has pony character. She would like to see depth, a good back and a good set on tail, and good quarters. She also likes them to have plenty of bone and strength, and she does like the ponies to move, but not at the expense of type. She has stated that she won't be looking for a Hackney type. It has to be a Welsh type, and should have presence and be a good goer. She does like character, and as we know, these section A's are probably, I think the A's and the C's show most character, in my opinion, of the Welsh breeds. Very charismatic little ponies. And another little interesting fact about Sarah, she also shows Welsh Blacks and Kerry Hill sheep. In fact, once she was champion and reserve at the Royal Welsh in the same year with her Kerry Hills. So I think she's made a decision. I'm afraid that we haven't seen them out for you moving, but I'm sure you've all been watching on the live stream on the internet, and you've seen these classes almost in full, so you can pick your favourite as well, and at least you will have been able to see them move. Let's face it, we all know that what you see from inside the ring is very different to what you see from outside of the ring. There are always many judges outside of the ring, but ultimately it's the person that's inside the ring, it's their choice and their decision. And when you get to this standard, you know, if you decided you would put 4 different judges, you could possibly have 4 different results. So it's all about being correct, but also each judge has their own personal little likes and dislikes, and obviously some characteristics you find acceptable, whereas someone else might not. So that's the joyous showing, as they say. Nobody wins them all at the time.
Well, Iowan, o Frydfa Islin ar ochr traws fynydd.
So we think this could possibly an interview in English for you.
Yn mynd o hyd?
Never. It's always a good feeling. Ennill yr Welsh, it's, dyna beth ti'n eimi am bob blwyddyn, so na, mae'n ffantastig.
A mi ydych chi fel teulu yma blwyddyn ar ôl blwyddyn. Pam bod e mor bwysig i'r Frydfa I ddangos yn y sioe yma?
So the winner there, Islin Mathelwich.
Shop window di pob beth. Fan hyn mae...
Baitman 3 llene and out of Islin Blod win.
Ac wrth gwrs fel march ifanc, falle y dyfodol ar gyfer y ceffil yma yw ddefnyddio fe wedyn I bryd o'r rhagor y ceffil.
So we might get some...
Fi mewn i'r cylch eto, felly na I adael chi fynd, ond llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi.
Mawr iawn, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, there's quite a few people here, as you can see, wandering around the showground, enjoying the sunshine as well, and we'll have a quick weather forecast before we head for the news headlines. There's a high pressure, of course, above us, keeping the temperatures quite high. It's about 15 degrees up on Anglesey, but about 24 degrees here in Llanelwedd. Tonight, overnight, well, it'll be a bit cloudy, especially in the north and the west. Temperatures ranging between 8 and 13 degrees centigrade. It'll clear as the night goes by. It'll still be a little bit cloudy in the north, but look at the temperatures. Anything between 20 degrees and 27 degrees centigrade in Monmouth. The winds will become stronger during the day, up to 20 miles an hour on the coast. But as far as the Royal Welsh is concerned, here in Llanelwedd tomorrow, it's going to be dry, about 24 degrees centigrade, and then Thursday, it's going to be even hotter at the Royal Welsh, 25 degrees centigrade on Thursday. Yes, you need that fan, even though it's hotter slightly today than yesterday. And yeah, Stefan just talking about the halloumi that we saw Nia talk about earlier on. Well, we're going to leave you for a short while. We will be back, of course. The highlight this afternoon will be the team of 5 in the cattle ring. But now it's the news headlines.